Sorry I'm late, boys. Time to get started. Let's do it. Sup, nerds? New hair, same shirt, everything else is as you expect. Haven't tested screen share yet. Let's see if we're in luck today. Good, okay. I forgot a test before stream. I was really behind. I was waiting on a grocery delivery that also included my tea, so I have a good reason for being late. I haven't tested audio, but hopefully we won't need that. We got a fun day ahead for us. Ton of fun things. I came up with this idea a few days ago and realized, oh, I can just do that whenever. So that's exciting. I don't know if I'm going to bother with a video about the GitHub spam because the last one underperformed, but my voice volume is low. There's no way. It should be fine. Oh, you also had YouTube open face. That makes sense. I was about to go insane. Thank you for the kind words about the WordPress interview. Also, sorry for any subs I missed during that. It's not particularly easy to thank everybody when you're doing that type of thing. I'll thank everybody who subbed then that I missed that's here. We got Adam, thank you for the Prime, or the 1 month. B-Sword, thank you for the Prime. SR, or Surf, with the Tier 1. MLG Angry Carrot, quality name, thank you for the Tier 1. Undemian with the Tier 1 as well. A lot of people subbing for the first time during that stream. Appreciate that. We got Coda Peter, Cyber Twitch at the Prime. Area Mandollar, quality name. Hero 3 with the Tier 1 as well. Matt subbing for 6 months. Of course he did. Zenio with the Prime. Shoeboom with the Prime. Oh, you know what? Matt subbed because he wanted to watch the VOD probably. He didn't know about the YouTube link. And now for the ones today, we got P-Wall opening us up for the day with the Prime. Thank you for that. We got Max809 with the Tier 3, 3 months in. Legend with the Tier 3 subs. Appreciate those a ton. We got Ronan RU, 12 months into the Tier 1 straight, 21 months total. Legend out here. Hype Train already started. I think it's already over too. Totally fine. We got Ram 10A with the Prime. We got Sanya Soul, I believe. Hopefully I got your name right. Thank you for 6 months of support. Don't worry about missing the Hype Train. I really don't care. If anything, they're almost like a little bit annoying because I feel like I have to do something during them when I really just want to be filming. And we got Kusi with the Tier 1 as well. I also just realized I haven't dealt with my research channel in a minute, and there's definitely new things I want to include. Good things to grab here. Sorry, y'all. Just doing my job. The server functions thing's interesting. I don't know if we know enough to meaningfully cover that. I think I'm just waiting for the new Next release and React 19's official ship for that. I could cover the Void stuff. I think I'm not going to cover the pair stuff. My takes are controversial enough to get me in trouble and not strong enough for me to want to back those. Ooh, the new React Dev Tools actually sounds cool. Yeah, I think I have to do the Void 0. What's this one? Another way to handle environment variables. Very interesting. I'm going to check this out later. Software Mansion 1. I got tagged in this one. It's very interesting, but as an FFmpegger. Wait. Oh, they did their own render engine for that. That's very interesting. I would have just done FFmpeg filters and layers through that. Interesting. This one I already was planning on doing. I think I put it in Notion already. Yeah, put the actual link there. Extra rules of hooks sounds fun. I think that's everything we want to do today. Extra rules of hooks. Somebody tagged me in like an Elixir versus JavaScript article about closures and like mental model stuff that seemed interesting, but not sure how I could turn that into a video, honestly. I think this is a good starting point. I do need to end slightly earlier than usual today, like by like 5:30, maybe 6. Yeah, this is the exact same document that he showed me. This, I'm not sure, like this sucks, but I don't know how I can make a full-length video on that. Oh, hi, Gabriel. And yeah, that's definitely the same term sheet. Interesting question. How they work under the hood and possibly contribute to them. The best way to learn how things work under the hood, honestly, is to try and recreate them. Like, put the time in to try and remake the things that you like, and you'll learn a lot. And then after you've done that, go compare it to the actual code, and it'll be a lot easier to understand it. I did see Cloudflare joining Open next. I have a video that kind of touches on that, planned eventually. Trying every Vercel alternative. This one I need to do a lot of work off stream, but I want to deploy a next app to everything. Not going to touch all of these ones if I can avoid it, but like all these core ones I definitely want to try. Ooh, that sounds fun. Yeah, I should just make it twice as much work, Gabriel. Great idea. Oh shit. T2SDE with the raid. Quick shout out. Oh, thank you, 47FX. I'm so sorry I haven't gotten back to you. I, like, believe it or not, have been, like, barely online for the last week. I've just been so busy with everything else lately. I'm pretty sure the bug still exists. I mean, if I go to pick.ping, I can test it relatively quickly. I can just give you access to the code base and hopefully enough stuff to help you repro it. So if I show the URL bar... Yeah, it still does it when you do 48,11. And it looks like it starts as a comma and then it changes. It's possible that I still have a hook serializing shit somewhere. Let me see if that's the case really quick. Hide so I don't accidentally leak environment variables because I had them open. I did not. I don't know what I changed in there. I'm just going to search for every instance of a router. I have almost none. Interesting. Params. Yeah, I have the use tag params. I don't think much else is touching those. Session ID. That's just a checkout thing. That's a different page. It doesn't really exist. Okay, yeah, I have no idea what would be causing that. Yeah, that's what I thought. It should apply to other cases if there's leftover serialization. That's why it was so confusing. Oh, npkill, I've used this a bunch. This is the package that like empties your node modules, right? Yeah. Also, I want to follow T2SDE because I am not familiar and I want to know more. I have to wait 50, whatever. Let's go to his Twitch directly. Give him a follow. Newer dev streamer, always cool to see. Make a WordPress site and host on WordPress engine. Lol. That's hilarious. And yes, Ryujinx is dead. I am very upset. I would hope nobody does, but I was definitely cornered a bit in that interview. I think I handled it well overall, but yeah, it was a weird vibe for sure. Okay, have this. Saved that. Let's figure out what we're actually doing today because I have a limited amount of time and I want to make sure we've prioritized accordingly. This, I think, is relatively high priority. It's like a current conversation. This is relatively high priority because it just happened. Veet has funding, also relatively high priority. Label, priority. Drop that. Need to dump my tea bag and plug in my SSD quick. I'm just gonna go for it. Offset 19. Cool. This is the reason I was planning on doing the video just because of this, because I fucking love Retro Game Corps, and it breaks my heart that they're going after him. Yeah, I put that in. It's the Veet has funding. I didn't put this specific link. I think I put the Twitter link, but yeah, I'll put that in there. Okay. So I think today we're going to get these 4 out. I'll probably do the how not to go broke on Vercel because I love this idea. And then we'll see how we're doing for time after that. But at least these 5. Let's go straight in. I kind of want to just rage about Nintendo because I'm so mad about that. Oh no, what did the Ubisoft CEO say? Got a link? Is it this? Or is there something about the Nintendo stuff that he said? That's a really quality website. Sadly, we don't have time for things like this today. I'm insanely busy at the moment. So that was the initial rage, was emulating the new Zelda game before it came out. But since then, things have been much more brutal. Let's go in. Let's go straight to Nintendo. Let's get the links open and do it. Most of my nice shirts nowadays are from Express, and I buy them clearance, so they're usually sold out by the time you see them in my content. But if you just check out Men's Express, they are one of the few companies that makes shirts in size long for me. So, anyways, is it time? I'm ready to rage. There's no way Sony's building anything handheld with that much power. They are way too shit at manufacturing. Like, they'd have to make their own silicon for that, and they're not. Sony's 100% dependent on external silicon manufacturers, and nobody has something twice as powerful as the Steam Deck that doesn't have like 5 minutes of battery. I think I'm ready to get going on this one. I have everything I need. I can't cover things like this if I don't want to get hit by Nintendo. So I have to be careful about like what footage and things we put in it. But thankfully, talking a bunch of shit on Nintendo isn't something they can go after you for. So let's do it. Time to talk about Nintendo's bullshit. Cool. I don't need this for second channel stuff. Every time I think Nintendo's peaked in their weird toxic crap, I have a flow for the intro. I just need to pick the right words. Every time I think Nintendo might be slowing down on their aggressive bullcrap, phase censor in the intro, you know the rules. Every time I think Nintendo's nearly done with their bullshit, I get proven wrong aggressively. I am so tired of this. As a lifelong Nintendo fan, I cannot believe the straight up disdain they have for their community at times, specifically the emulator community. Realistically speaking, the Switch hasn't been the best way to play Switch games in a long time, but there's also the preservation argument. Realistically speaking, the Switch has not been the best way to play Switch games for a while, and it seems like Nintendo is very upset about that. We heard earlier this year about how they went after the emulator Yuzu, but it seemed like some of the other emulators, as well as the general emulator community, were safe. That is no longer the case. Not only is Nintendo going after YouTube channels that showcase emulators, not even giving you instructions on how to pirate the games, just showing you what they look like on a console, they went after the safe emulator. Ryujinx has now been taken down as well. I want to cover all of this because it's absurd, and I hate seeing my fellow YouTube friends, as well as my fellow open source devs, getting attacked by Nintendo's bullshit. It's infuriating. So, yeah, let's dive in. First, I want to talk about Retro Game Corps. I love this channel. The fact that we have a channel like this is just pure luck, honestly. I don't know how to put it into words, but like Retro Game Corps is a niche channel that covers all of the handheld emulator consoles. So whenever companies like Neo, companies like, what's the one I have? The Anbernic emulator is what I use. Your take on that? He's the go-to thing, or he's the go-to channel and blog covering Retroid, covering Anbernic, covering Neo, covering the crazy stuff going on with Analog. If you're deep in the world of emulators, you've probably watched multiple of his channels, and you might have even followed some of his guides. The amount that this emulator community is riding on him is genuinely difficult to put into words. And seeing him become one of the most relevant YouTubers in the whole gaming space after reading his blog for years has been so heartwarming. And I just want to take the time to shout out Russ, because this channel is awesome. And if you're nerdy about these same things, you should be watching this channel, especially now, because he just got 2 strikes from your. It's especially important to support him now because he just got 2 strikes from Nintendo. For those who don't understand the way that YouTube's copyright system works, when a copyright holder, or in case you don't know how YouTube's copyright system works, when a copyright holder tries to flag a video, they have 2 options. Either they can hit the "we'll negotiate and give them 1 week" button, or they can hit the nuclear button, which is take the video down and put a mark on their channel. And if your channel gets 3 marks, it's gone forever. So you can lose your whole career if you get 3 strikes. It is a terrifying thing. And because of that, almost nobody does that big nasty strike button. Most people, what they do is just hit the like general copyright dispute button, both because it doesn't kill the channel and because there's a path there where you can get revenue from the ads being served on that. But that's not what they did to Russ. They want his channel gone. They don't want the videos gone. They want his channel gone. And the first strike was egregious enough. If we scroll back to it, I want to find the first one. I want to find the first one because the second one followed real quick after. Oh, here it is. It was about the game cart, the flash cart. I know that. Here it is. Cool. So some real quick important context on why it seems like things are going nuclear. MIG Flash just put out a new flash cart called the MIG Flash V2. It was called the Switch V2 until Nintendo went after them. What this cartridge does is it lets you take a game dump from a Switch game, put it on an SD card, and then put this in a totally unhacked Switch and be able to play games directly. So, yeah, very useful device for backing up your games if you're the type that likes to do that. I know I would have, It's funny to say, but I would have bought a lot more physical games if this existed when the Switch came out, because I would have dumped the physical games, put them on this, and then had this as my like main way of playing stuff, so I didn't have to carry 15 physical games with me all the time. On top of that, it's worth noting that if you play pirated copies of games, Nintendo's aggressively keeping an eye on those and flagging and banning consoles that play a version with a license that is from one of those pirated copies. So if you're not dumping legit cartridges and putting them on here, you might be fucked. So Nintendo's not happy about this, to be very clear. They're going very ham on this. And that's where this current arc started. Retro Game Corp's obviously did a video covering this because it fully falls within the things that he covers. And Nintendo copyright struck the video. And the way that they were able to do that is because he was playing Nintendo games in the video, showcasing it. And they DMCA struck his gameplay of their game, claiming that their games is their copyright. So he isn't able legally to play it in his videos, even though everyone else can. It's just a retaliatory strike. Technically speaking, any game dev could strike any YouTuber showcasing their game in their videos unless they have explicit permission from the game developer. But no one does that. It's just insane. I've never seen anything like this ever. And I can't believe they're doing this way. One more thing I forgot to mention is if your channel gets struck, it's not like you can just go make a new one. You as an individual are banned from YouTube forever. You as an individual are banned from YouTube forever. So if you get 3 strikes on a channel, you don't get to do YouTube anymore. Genuinely terrifying stuff. So this happened. You could make the argument that he was showing tools for piracy specifically, and Nintendo was really sensitive about that, which sucks. And if this was just a one-time thing with this one video and them going after the cartridge, I would probably not be covering this. But with Nintendo, it's never just one thing. It's never they hit a threshold and are pushing back. It seems like they're on a bit of a bender because they took down one of his videos a few days later because he was just playing Wind Waker. So now if he plays any Nintendo game, they might DMCA strike him and he might lose his channel entirely. Here's his post that he made on the YouTube community. Hi, friends. Well, it does appear that my worst fears are true, and I'm being specifically targeted by Nintendo. If almost anyone said that they felt like they were being targeted by Nintendo, I would call them a conspiracy theorist. He is. He is absolutely being targeted by Nintendo. There's no conspiracy theory here. This is just what is happening. Peace, Gabriel. Thanks for stopping by. My Wii U video was taken down, and I received another copyright strike, even though the showcase video was no different than all of the tech demos and reviews I've made on this channel previously. I am still considering a counterclaim under fair use, as the video was for educational use, transformative in nature, and it had no effect on the market. It was a demonstration of a console no longer for sale. Even the Wii U eShop is closed, so the company itself has no means of earning revenue from Wii U sales. However, I'm reluctant to open that can of worms with a multi-billion-dollar corporation, as their next step would be to file legal action. At the very least, this means I'm going to change how I approach future videos. I will no longer show any Nintendo games on screen, which is a shame because I love using those games for my hardware demonstrations. I don't know how this will play out when it comes to showing things like the ESD front-end themes that contain Nintendo characters, but for now, I'm going to focus on actual gameplay. I am also going through the videos I am working on and blurring out any Nintendo games content. I'm also going through the videos I'm working on and blurring out any Nintendo game content as a precaution, even innocuous content like NES games. Unfortunately, this is going to delay some video releases. My latest video should be up right now, but instead I have to re-edit and re-upload the video first. I know this is disappointing news, but now with 2 strikes on my channel, I don't really have any other choice except to adjust accordingly. Thanks for your understanding. I just cannot believe that this happened. To do this to a YouTuber who's a huge fan of Nintendo is hard to fathom. This reminds me of when they went after Point Crow. I'm not one to say boycott the company, but I am much more hesitant to buy Nintendo things going forward, knowing that this is how they treat people who are the strongest enthusiasts and the ones trying their hardest to preserve the entire Nintendo ecosystem. And once again, Russ's info's in the description. Please go give him a subscription. Please watch a few of his videos. I think you'll be surprised how absurdly good and detailed they are. He's one of the most thorough reviewers in the industry. And he's just doing, like the amount of money he's making on that channel is nothing compared to the effort he's putting in. So for Nintendo to go after him like this and make his job that much harder, it deeply disturbs me. It is so... As a fellow YouTuber, the thought of a company making my life this much harder for this dumb of a reason, it makes me feel sick. And Russ, I hope you know how much we appreciate you and how horrible this is. You're one of my biggest inspirations for doing YouTube, and seeing this happen to you sucks. It sucks so hard. And know that I and others are prepared to stand with you and fight. This sucks. This just fucking sucks. But that's not the only thing they did. Nintendo also decided to go after the remaining emulator, Ryujinx. For a bit more context from before, Nintendo took down Yuzu earlier this year because people were using it to play the new Zelda game before it was even out, and the version that worked for that game was behind a Patreon paywall. And it seems like Nintendo's specific trigger is people making money off of what they see as piracy and directly hurting their sales. I can hear the argument there. I still think it's kind of annoying, but I can hear the argument. None of that is what happened with Ryujinx. Ryujinx is not behind a paywall. I don't even know if they have a Patreon. I'm pretty sure they don't. It is a pure, traditional, open source project that has a lot of people working hard to preserve Switch games indefinitely. And they have been told to take it down. Yesterday, GDK Chan was contacted by Nintendo and was offered an agreement to stop working on the project, remove the organization, and all related assets he's in control of. While awaiting confirmation on whether he would take this agreement, the organization has been removed, so I think it's safe to say what the outcome is. Rather than leave you with only panic and speculation, I decided to write this short message to give some closure. These words are my own. I don't want to speak for anyone else here, so just remember that while reading. Thank you to everyone who has contributed code, documentation, or issue reports to this project. Thank you all for following us throughout this development. I was able to learn a lot of really neat things about the games that I love, enjoy them with renewed qualities and in unique circumstances. And I'm sure you all have experiences that are similarly special. I'm extending my own massive thanks to our moderation team, who has been here through some rough circumstances and always found ways to make light of it. And no, but before people start saying this, because I do every time, there are so many forks. People can just maintain the forks. No. The people who are capable of building things like this, maintaining them, pushing them as far as they've been pushed, those people don't take these risks lightly. The types of developers who are talented enough to reverse engineer the Switch and build something like Ryujinx or Yuzu are not the types of devs that'll put their whole lives at risk because they like playing video games. It's just not realistic. The task is already hard enough. Nintendo making it this much harder is not making them more motivated. It's making them significantly less so. And the likelihood that we see some new devs take on this challenge and do as good of a job, knowing that Nintendo's breathing down their necks the whole time, it's not low, it's zero. For the time being, this is the death of for the time being, this is the end of Switch emulation. Sure, you can go play the old builds of these emulators. Sure, some new games will work. But a future where these tools are getting meaningful updates as time goes on, it's not going to happen. It's over. And Nintendo, it sucks, but they won. I don't know what they win here. They achieved their goal. They have demotivated the emulator community to the point where people are just going to not show Nintendo stuff to the best of their ability. And I've seen plenty of other Nintendo-adjacent YouTubers restructuring everything. But this reminds me of the old days where Nintendo would go after random YouTube channels for just playing a game. It seems like they've fully lost the plot. I know that the culture where they are is different, that the ability to go after people for copyright is much stronger, and the culture around fair use and doing these types of things is not the same in Japan. But it doesn't excuse the absolute terrible behavior they're engaging with here, crushing the dreams of individuals who are trying to make these things that they love accessible to more people over longer windows of time. Right now, I can't say for sure if I'll be able to show my children my favorite Switch games in 10 years, because the work that Nintendo has done to destroy every preservation effort is impossible to work around. So to all of the developers and all of the creators who have been affected by this, I am truly, truly sorry. And to Nintendo, fuck you. That's the end. Cool. Not even that. They want to have the potential to resell an updated version of old games, but half the fucking time, they just don't. A bunch of my favorite Nintendo games aren't getting remasters or re-releases, or if they do, they're getting absolute fucking garbage ones. Like, we'll never have a proper remake of Platinum. The NVIDIA FU isn't well known enough in the gaming world to be relevant here. If this was my main channel, I would agree. Let me make sure I have the link for Retro Game Corps already in the description here. Links for description. Cool. Done. One down. Let's do some less rage-inducing things. Oh, no, I want those tabs. I don't want these tabs. To blur... Oh, do you have to blur the middle finger? I think the middle finger is fine. You only have to censor in the first 30 seconds, and that'll be at the end. The Apple charging users without warning thing is weird, and it's niche enough. I don't... Like, the fact that it's just happening with one bank in Hungary means it's hard to care. It seems like an implementation bug. Oh, no. Fuck Stop Killing Games. This is such a delusional movement. I already have a video on my second channel about this. It's like the most one of my videos has ever been flamed. Thor's entirely right. The things that this argues for are just straight up delusional and will do nothing but make it harder for game developers to publish. Retroactive or not, it's bad. Like, the way that the whole... Okay, you guys are devs. You understand basic proprietary law. If I am a game developer and I am licensing a server game library, that is a library I'm paying money for so that I can host a server using proprietary Epic Games online technology, and I want to... And now I have to... I have actually read through the whole thing and have a whole video about why it's dumb. If you haven't watched that, I would argue you're not qualified to talk about this with me right now, but I'm going to give you the simple why this can't happen. If I am paying a license for proprietary server technology that is necessary for my game, and now I have to release the binary for that server code, that is not what is in my license. I have to entirely rethink how my game's licenses work if I ever want to distribute the server-side code. You can't just do that. It would upend how all of the game industry licensing works. And if you want to just snap your fingers and force every single person in games to rethink how they make money because you hate game devs that much, cool. But you're being delusional because you hate game devs so much. Foreign users of that specific bank are affected. Yeah, Platinum's the best game. If you haven't played specifically Renegade Platinum, it is such a good ROM hack. It like made me fall in love with Pokemon again. Oh, the Winamp source code release. Yeah, very, very good call out, Alex. That is such a shit show because of things like this. It is very common to buy licenses for things that you put in your source code that you don't have distribution rights for outside of in the binary. So I can distribute like the Dolby stuff in the binary for Winamp because you can't take it out of that binary. But the source code does not have the same clearance levels. Or if I have a server binary with a license, that server binary doesn't go to users, it just runs on my servers, the license for that is different. You'd have to fundamentally change how the licensing for all of these things works, and the amount of piracy of game technologies would exponentially increase, like instantaneously. No, they can't go public domain. The IP might, but usually they get sold out during the bankruptcy hearings. You can't just, okay. Here's an example. I spent a ton of money licensing some proprietary software. Let's say AG Grid is awesome. So I'm using this as like a weird example. No, it's actually not a good example because it's all open source. Fuck. I buy a license for MATLAB. How about that? MATLAB's a proprietary MathWorks technology for doing math programming. I buy a license for this. The license allows me to embed MATLAB in a server application that I built. I then go out of business. Does that mean the whole world now gets MATLAB for free? Are you fucking stupid? This is my problem with this. The IP being public is fundamentally different from the technologies that built the game being public. And people's desire to have the game be accessible seems to entirely miss the fact that the game is built with things that are proprietary. Yeah, the Dolby stuff's a better example where like, is that good for this? Can you release it without MATLAB? Like, if you were to re-engineer the entire game so that the core technologies you built it around are no longer necessary, sure. But that's going to take as much time as building the game did originally. So yeah, that it works without... If I am paying Epic Games for the Epic Games Online license and embedding that in my game, I can't just remove it and rewrite it from scratch and release the game. No, I'm fully behind Palworld. They're in an absolute bullshit suit. You know what? I might include that too. I'm gonna redo the Nintendo one. Palworld Nintendo. Almost forgot. Phase, sneak this in wherever you find that makes sense. Almost forgot to mention, Nintendo's getting into even more frivolous bullshit right now. They're actually going after Palworld. I can't believe this. I filmed a video when Palworld came out. Check it out. I'm actually really proud of that video. I think I killed it on that one. Regardless, Palworld is entirely in the clear. I cannot imagine a company that was... that handled this better. Like... Palworld is not infringing on anyone's trademarks. Anybody looking at it and thinking that it's actually Nintendo's IP is saying such because they're being paid to. Palworld is fully 100% fair and Palworld is without question its own unique IP, and the thought of Nintendo going after them for that shows just how litigious they're feeling at the moment. Apparently it's a patent thing. Yeah, they're going after them from patent infringement. Apparently, the mechanic of catching a Pokemon is a patent that they have, and Nintendo thinks that they can go after them for that. Clearly, they've been thinking for a long time, like, how can we do this? And it also feels like they took all of their litigious bullshit and bundled it all at once, which is insane. I cannot believe this. Apparently, with Japanese copyright law, it's not unlikely they can win this, which is even more bullshit. But, yeah, this is just insanity. I can't believe this is going on. Ugh. Oh, they registered this patent in 2021, 30 years after the original Pokemon games. That is such bullshit. God. Yeah. Real quick, I saw a good message about the game thing. The issue with this, Lance, is that the proprietary code is usually fully embedded. Like you're buying a library that has its source code just put in the project, and you have no access to that source code unless you've bought the license. And it's often deeply embedded, like in individual files. So if it was as simple as it is in like JavaScript to just have a package that you're referencing that you can't get unless you pay a license, sure. But in these game engines, they're like buying shader code and then modifying it and embedding it all over their code base to the point where it's not even clear what is and isn't licensed and is and isn't their own at a point. You can't just do that. And if the argument was, we think game preservation is important enough that we're okay with upending how games are made fundamentally in order to make it more likely that these games can be preserved, say that. But that's not what they're saying. They're delusionally pretending that these companies are just withholding this file that they could just release. It's not a finger snap. It would fundamentally change how these games are being built. But the thing you'll get confused about, when you buy a game, you're not buying the game, you're buying a license to the game. When a game dev buys a library, they're not buying the library, they're buying the rights to use the library in a specific context.
I didn't get that.
Shut the fuck up, Siri.
Okay.
Yeah. All these things are licensing. And I feel like the problem is people are so caught up in the, I feel like I bought the game, so I should get to have it, that they're ignoring the next layer, which is the game devs didn't buy the technologies, they bought licenses to the technologies. Do you think that the courts and the commission understands how games are built well enough to make the right watered down things? That's not how this works. You have to have a good proposal initially. The proposal can be aggressive, but it has to be good. Having a bad initial proposal, like watering down something bad makes it less bad, but doesn't magically make it good. I hate that. The stop killing games thing has just rotted the brains of people. And it's the worst because gamers are already brain rotted by default. So it's feeding into their existing brain rot and creating this mess, absolute fucking mess. Yeah, I'm okay with this, to be clear. Storefronts should be clear when you're buying versus licensing. This is cool. If this was the push, like we need to make it so these storefronts are clear when you're licensing something versus buying something. Yeah, A+, cool with that. I think add to library is fine, but yeah, it shouldn't say buy. Because rent has a different belief where it's like you're renting it for a specific amount of time. The crew thing is particularly funny because the crew had like 5 players when it shut down. And there's still new versions that are available. Yeah, also, this is a good point, too. Like, a lot of the things in the game, like different cars that are in it, were licensed from car manufacturers, and those are on a 10-year contract. When that contract expires, the negotiation for it's going to be worse, and they're going to want more money than you paid originally, not less. Yeah, the crew got more attention over it being taken down than it got when it came out. Okay, this is a particularly funny test because web components don't server render at all. So if your goal with web components is to use them on the server for SSR stuff, you can't. You just can't. They don't do that. They require a DOM. Oh, the enhanced guys. How does the hydration work? Yeah, there's no shadow root or shadow DOM for SSR, which is essential to how they work fundamentally. What do you think all the subs that I missed when I was raging there? We got Bot Cooper, 26 months, that tier 3, 6 months straight. Always good to see you, Cooper. Thanks for stopping by and raging with me. We got Akuro Time with the tier 1, 3 months in. Appreciate that. DJ Halfboard with the Prime. Thank you. Vito with the tier 1. Thank you so much. Richard with the resub, 3 months in. Full-time WordPress dev for your day job. Want to thank me for how I handled the conversation. Appreciate that a ton. Thank you so much. I've had a lot of kind words from the WordPress community and calls with you I never would have expected since. Oh, you have no idea how insane web components are. We got MJC Dev with the Prime, 20 months in. Thank you for that. Rotating Phaser at that 1 year mark. Kind of annoying that patents are like minefields. You don't even know what you could be walking on. Just check if every idea, it's not like you just check if every idea you have is patented. Yeah, the way patents work is weird, especially in software. Thank you, Tess, for the Prime sub. And Strax, 14 months in the tier 1, 25 months total, over 2 years now. They're saying that all of the necessary tools to preserve and host the game after it shuts down needs to be released by the developers, and that it is illegal for a developer to create a game without a plan on how they would release everything necessary to preserve it in the case where they decide to take it down or they're going out of business. It's not anti-unnecessary explicit killing. It's explicitly you cannot make a game if you don't have a plan for how to maintain it when you want to shut it down or your business goes out of business. So like if an indie dev made a multiplayer game and they couldn't afford to keep it up because the servers were too expensive, they'd either have to release all the source code, which they might not be able to do if they paid for licenses for things, or maintain it indefinitely for however expensive it is. It's awful. It's the disdain that gamers have for game devs has never been so clearly codified as it is in that document. The average gamer just hates game devs. And it sucks that it's like that. Because like in music, the average music fan loves the musicians that they listen to. The average person in like art loves the artists that they're into. The average person watching YouTube loves the YouTubers that they're into. In game dev, everyone fucking hates the game devs, which is insane. I've never seen anything else like it. Yeah, game devs and gamers are on the same side, but gamers keep trying to holier than thou themselves the whole time. Yeah, thank you, Astrax, for the 14. Oh, I think I got you already. Cool. Let's dive into these other videos because I'm somewhat limited on time today. Okay, so thank you, Naman. I'm going to need you for the web component thing for sure. Okay, fuck Metallica, though. They're toxic assholes. I'm not a fan of Metallica, though. Like, the bands I like, for the most part, I'm defensive of. People would absolutely care if WoW died. With the amount of money they spent in it, if WoW was shut down, people would fucking rage that they bought the full license. Like, you buy the expansion for the game, you buy things in the game, and you pay a monthly sub. People would be pissed if WoW went down. Yeah, thank you, Naman, for this call out. Like, so to be clear, if you use Enhance to do a web component and the page renders, the thing that it renders cannot be interactive if it's SSR'd. Is there a process to swap out the SSR'd asset with the client version? Like, what does that look like? Good reflection, Phaser. You've always been good at thinking through your takes and changing your mind. SR version to the interactive version is part of your research and not scared to build something like that yourself. I'd be a little scared. Oh shit, you worked on Stencil? Worked on it for 3 years. You had React and Angular consumers. Never again would you do it, and you absolutely despise the dumb way web components work. What's the YC company everyone should want to work for in the next 10 years? You can't know that this early. That's the whole point. The ones you think are going to win and the ones that win are never the same. Bang Lab's a good answer. Let's get started with web components suck. Got a lot of sources for this one. Cool. Does Leah have a good post for or for this? You're not wrong. Good point, Dia. I think I mentioned that in mine. WCs versus frameworks. Ooh. That'll be a fun one. 6-minute read, and it's that long. That's bullshit. That's fine. I'll read both. Oh, what's I going to do? I think we got everything we need here. Hopefully Naman is still here because I'll definitely be leaning on him a bit. So I've never once went after any individual developer at Nintendo. Like, ever. And I would go out of my way to make sure any comments I make on Nintendo do not make the lives of developers at Nintendo harder. I have nothing but respect for the people at Nintendo making incredible things happen. I'll even defend, like, Game Freak when no one else will. Like, I am specifically known for standing or for dying on that hill. This is a very useful thread. Thank you for linking this. Cool. I think I have an order of events for this. Let's do it. It is time. I think I have an intro in mind. FaZe, make a fake tweet for this one from like a fake angry game dev or from a fake angry developer Twitter account. Hey Theo, why are you still using React? The browser supports components. Everyone should just be using web components. Well, guess what, man? There's a reason. Web components kind of suck. And if I was the only one sitting here saying that, I'd understand why you're skeptical. But if, let's say, every framework author and relevant person in the web dev space was to say they suck, maybe you would listen to them? Hopefully? Well, thankfully, I'm not alone. And a lot of these really relevant people are speaking up. A while back, Rich Harris, the creator of Svelte, made a great blog post describing all of the reasons why web components don't make sense. And if it was just him, there would be arguments against it. But it isn't. It's everyone. And now, Ryan Carniato, the creator of Solid and one of the most in-the-know people in the whole web dev world, one of the people I reference regularly when I want to make sure I'm getting things right, he's coming out against web components now. And if Ryan's against it, if Ryan's calling it out, it's over. So let's go through this, as well as all of the other pieces of coverage and some of the Twitter wars that have happened over Ryan once again kickstarting everyone's favorite conversation, web components, and why no one actually uses them. Real quick, before we get started, though, I want to do a poll. Do you use web components? Yes, right, or yes, I did, but stopped. No. I think that's fine for options. Yeah, we'll just do those three. Curious how you guys feel. If you don't know what they are, say no. Where's the poll? What are you doing, Twitch? There we go. Uses right is what I was thinking, but yeah. Should have asked that, but my bad. I don't love them for design systems. I'll talk about why in a bit. But yeah, we're already seeing from these numbers, not a popular solution. But I want to talk about just how bad they are. Web components are not the future. A few years ago, I wrote an article suggesting that web components might not be the most beneficial direction for web development to head. This article was in 2020, so it's been over 4 years. It was a soft-handed look at where they might make sense. It was a soft-handed look at where they made sense and where things fall apart. It wasn't geared as an us against them argument, and I hoped people would come to the reasonable conclusions for themselves. But over the past few years, I've only seen the situation worsen. Some may have never taken web components seriously, but I always have. I used them in production for 7 years. I wrote several polyfills in the early days for things like the Shadow DOM to use them before they even hit prime time. But my experience then and my experience since only points me to a single conclusion. Web components possibly pose the biggest risk to the future of the web that I can see. Fuck. So I haven't pre-read this one at all. I just saw Ryan did this article and was immediately hyped. And I've been waiting for 3 days to actually sit down and read this. Fuck. It's going to be a good one. I am excited. Oh, I forgot to do a sponsored transition because I'm probably going to have this one be sponsored. Before we talk about the future, we need to talk about today. Do you know what's going on right now? Before we talk about the future, we need to talk about today's sponsor. Cool. Now I have that. Yeah. This is unusually spicy for Ryan. He's usually quite chill. I'm already getting info from chat. This is not the normal Ryan. This is pissed Ryan. This doesn't happen. I am so excited right now. This is going to be a fun one. Visions of Utopia. I admit that statement comes off a bit heavy-handed, but many reasons lie below the surface as to why I believe it. And it starts with understanding the proposed benefit of web components. The vision of web components is that one day, regardless of what tool you use to author them, you can have components that feel as native as DOM elements that can be added to any website without consideration of how the website is authored. No concerns about specific build tools, specific runtime mechanisms, or the way that one would ever interface with these components would ever change. In a sense, a portable interoperable web, one that can mitigate the future needs for migration. One that sets you up for any possible future, the perfect way to future-proof your sites and applications. Compelling prospect, is it not? This is exactly why the promise of web components is so alluring and also so dangerous. Competing standards. This is one of the best XKCDs. This and the one with the single brick and the random guy maintaining it, like those will stand the test of time. They get more real every day. Apparently, some context for this article, Ryan was arguing with people in the Solid.js Discord for days who were trying to convince him that web components were good. And he knows they're not. And this is him explaining why. Very fun. Good to have that context. Thank you, Dev. I didn't need to pull up the old XKCD comic for you to know the challenges with standards. The more ambitious the standard, the more likely it will have opposition or alternative approaches to accomplish it. This doesn't go away when something is standardized. It just suggests that there is one blessed way. You can take it or you can leave it. In the sheer number of JavaScript frameworks, or if the sheer number of JS frameworks is any indicator, we are nowhere near reaching a consensus on how one should author components on the web. We can't even decide if you should be able to put more than one in a file or not. It's hilarious. Even if we were a bit closer today, we were nowhere near that a decade ago. Yeah, I would argue we're further today, but a decade ago, no. No. React kind of invented what we consider a component, but the ways we author it is being debated every day still. The introduction of higher level primitives can have a positive effect. Suddenly, something harder to do becomes easier. This initially led to more exploration. Web components caused an increase in the number of JS frameworks in the mid-2010s. It was an important inspiration for why I created Solid.js. A similar example would be the increase in meta frameworks being built thanks to tools like Vite. Good call out that web components had an impact on the number of frameworks being made and people thinking about making their own frameworks, similar to how Vite increased the number of full stack frameworks being built, especially once it added the tools necessary to do that. I really like this comparison. The difference is that Vite, despite having a lot of weird decisions, is generally speaking a pretty good way to build full stack frameworks. Whereas web components are not really a good way to build much of anything other than Intercom's little chat with us widget. But it also can have a negative effect. If too many assumptions are made, it becomes harder to explore alternative space because everything gravitates around the establishment. What is more established than a web standard that can never change? Also a fair point, if a web standard is wrong, they can't fix it later. They have to replace it later because old websites are promised to never break. If you build a website on web standards, it will continue to work indefinitely. And that's why something like Ladybird is so miserable to build, because the size of like the web standards like document is so absurd. I think it's like 100,000 pages or so now. Like the number of standards that exist in the web that have to be implemented is crazy. And that's why we end up with these weird CSS APIs, because we just have to add new ones every time the old one isn't good enough instead of fixing the old ones. We can't have a new version the same way we do with an SDK. If React wanted to change how we write components, they could make React 20 and change it. They don't, because they're honoring the promise of web not breaking, but you can't just break the web. So the established standards are the thing we want to build around. But if the standard is bad, it kind of dooms everyone trying to build around it. I've struggled with this a ton outside of web standards. JSX, according to the spec, has no established semantics but to try to convince the wide range of tooling out there that they are assuming too much. Interesting. Let me read that one. JSX, according to the spec, has no established semantics but try to convince the wide range of tools out there that they are assuming too much. This is a fun call out because JSX, which is the syntax in React that we use to write the HTML-looking stuff in our JS files, that syntax is a pretty vague standard, and JSX v2 just never ended up happening or shipping. And as such, all of the JSX interpreters and things like ESBuild and Vite and all these other tools are built with the assumption that if you're writing JSX, you're writing React. But now there's other frameworks with JSX, like Solid.js. And if Solid.js uses JSX in a way that's to JSX's spec, but isn't necessarily to React's spec, it can break a lot of these tools. I know that Astra did the same, or I know Astra ran into similar when they moved to JSX as their templating core language. It's an annoying challenge to work around. I can only imagine the nightmare if JSX had been standardized in the browser. Forgetting how frameworks like Inferno, Solid, and Million all work, having done way more optimal things with their JSX transforms, even React has changed their transformations over time. This is again the call out. Like if JSX was part of the browser standard, no one would be able to change how it works, and all of the implementations of JSX have changed significantly over time. This is but one example of many. Things that help us can effectively tie our hands. We must tread carefully when standardizing any high-level mechanism because it assumes a lot. It is insufficient to say that not everyone has to use it when its existence inherently influences how we look at the platform in general. Woo! I used to help Ryan a little bit with copy and like wording stuff. I want to ask him for help now. Jesus Christ, this is good. Things that help us can effectively tie our hands. What a banger quote. It is insufficient to say not everyone has to use it when its existence influences how we look at the platform in general. Whew. I don't have a comment. He's just spitting fire, and I'm going to compliment him for it. Like, he's totally right here. Like, the web standard being bad isn't something we can just ignore. It is inherently influential, and even though we established like 5 years ago that web components suck, we still have people every day asking about supporting them better and asking about how to use them and all of these things, even though we, as a deep community, kind of know how bad they are now. Let's keep going. Opportunity cost is real. As a framework author, I understand this all too well. I often say that in this field, things are discovered as much as they are invented. These so many banger like single sentences in this. Jesus Christ, Ryan, making my job hard. Also, I can't believe I didn't call this out before. If you're interested in what Ryan has to say, his YouTube channel is super underrated because he doesn't do videos. He just does live streams. He does them every Friday, and they're awesome. And he leaves them up. And if you're looking for hours of deep dive web dev content, this is one of the few channels I try and watch, and I feel so bad that I've fallen behind on his streams. I used to watch him every week, and I try my best to. Link to his channel will be in the description. Please check his channel out. He deserves so much more attention than he gets on his YouTube stuff. He's the most respected person in this whole ecosystem at this point. Hit that sub button. He deserves it. Notice that I have the bell on for him. I have the bell on for like 3 people. I'm going to go drop that link here. Links for description. Cool. So yeah, if you like what he has to say here, if you like what he's doing, go give him a sub and watch his streams on Friday. They're insane. Back to the article. What I mean by this, I often say that in this field, things are discovered as much as they're invented. What I mean by that is there's a certain truth or physics, if you will, to design decisions that when followed will lead us all to similar places. I have an example of that in my TanStack start video I just published. And that, how do I put it? I made a proposal a long time ago for an example of how I thought server functions could work with React Query to compile out like RPC functions effectively. And what I learned after that is my design for that was kind of annoying to implement at the very least, but also tRPC existed, so I went into that. And now, 4-ish years later, everyone's implementing nearly identical to the thing that I wrote. And I'm not saying that I was super ahead and invented this thing and they all copied me. I'm saying we all came to the same conclusion over time. And that happens. Like when you look at the way technology works and you're deep enough in the space, we all see the same flaws, and those will often bring us to the same solutions. And it's a really important call out here. Anyways, it isn't that these tools copy each other blatantly. They fall into the grooves. Absolutely agree. And it sucks when people accuse others of copying when we're all just falling into and discovering the same things. And for the same reason, once a discovery is made that changes our outlook, I accidentally covered that. And for the same reason, once a discovery is made that changes our outlook, the damage is done before we write a single line of code. If your job is to design a system, you don't want redundant parts. You want clear and purposeful boundaries. Instead of making a million variations on the same thing, you try to reuse one thing. I'll reread on that. Instead of making a million variations on the same thing, you try to reuse one thing. More so, recognizing that to accomplish common tasks, you need multiple things. These pieces become intertwined. Very fair put. I was about to bring up React as an example. I'm curious how he does it, though. For example, React developers definitely felt how long it was between the announcement of Suspense in 2017 and we finally got a data fetching story for server components in 2022. Why did this take 5 years? Because it wasn't a straight line. It took a while to understand how all the pieces fit. That in itself is reasonable. But more, React didn't want to release its piecewise until they knew they had an answer for the whole story. Also a good call out. The reason that some of these releases take so long is because React was scared of releasing things that weren't complete. We've even seen that, funny enough, with Suspense. They changed the way that multiple components under Suspense work. Watch my Suspense drama video if you're curious. We put way too much time into that one. Little subtle details of how these things work are enough to break whole workflows. So they go out of their way to make sure that the whole thing is fitting together before it goes public. As they looked more and more, all these pieces were related, and while they could be broken up, they needed each other to paint the whole picture. Server components do not fit everyone's idea of how data fetching with Suspense should work in React. Maybe people could have benefited from a client-side data fetching primitive. React chose to be ambitious here, which is their right as a tool, and they decided what was best. But this could have played out a number of ways. As a developer, I can always choose not to use React, and while I can choose not to use certain React features, it is clear everything in React has shifted to their current mental model. I might even be wishing I could easily migrate off React. Okay, this is interesting because it seems like the React team is going a little different direction-wise here right now. Let me find here. Server actions just got renamed to server functions. Previously, server actions, as implemented in Next.js, were post functions you could fire off of forms or on clicks that could only be done sequentially. You couldn't have them in parallel. So using them for data fetching was dumb, really dumb. Changing it to server functions was scary for me because now people are going to use it to fetch data in JSX, which means on the client, after something loads, you can fetch data using them. You could before, but it was awful because of the sequential nature of them. I was terrified that renaming it to server functions would encourage that behavior even more, which I considered anti-patterns. I went as far as to getting the Next.js docs updated to remove the callout in the server action section that you could use them to render HTMX and pass data to the client because it was misleading so many people. But when I called out that I don't like this change for that reason, I got replies from the team that were really relevant. Let me find here. Reese called out, unless they're swapping over to making it so you can do queries from server actions instead of only using them to post, it seems like an odd change. Server functions feel like that implies it can be used for more than just mutations. This is definitely happening. And then Jimmy, who is the one in charge of the Next.js team, called out that there will be explicit new APIs. And Ricky came in here to say, when I said that using server actions for fetching JSX was misuse, is that a misuse? Clearly implying that the intent here is to enable the new primitives in React to be used for things on the client side to get data from the server. So while, yes, the direction React was pushing and the mental model they were fighting for was very much server first and server rendering as the method of updating content on the page, it does seem like they're caving a little bit and going a little more into allowing for client data fetching primitives. So to the point here that you can always choose to not use certain React features, it's clear they've shifted their mental model. I would argue, due to the pushback, React is willing to adjust their mental model to encompass more of the community. And they're willing to take steps back and make changes based on what does and doesn't resonate with the community. And the fact that people were wishing that they can migrate off React is part of why they're doing that. That all said, like, the thing I'm talking about happened after this article, and I bet he would have written this paragraph differently if the order of events was different. Anyways, there's a big difference here. React is a library and it isn't a standard. Those options aren't the same when it comes to standards. If all I wanted was scope styles and now I have to deal with the shadow DOM because that was the abstraction that best fit with having a single way to do things due to web components, well, that's what I'm stuck with. When primitives overstep their desired usage, when they over-abstract, you don't get to come back from that. You've already paid the cost. And as anyone who has done major architectural refactoring of a problem can attest, the hardest part is adjusting boundaries. If things fall under the same logical grouping, they are easier to update. It is when you need to break things apart that it gets truly challenging. You can always add another layer of abstraction to solve a problem, but removing one can be difficult. Well, where are all of these bangers coming from? Jesus Christ. Yeah, you can always wrap more bullshit around a problem, but you can't always remove layers to solve the problem. So somebody called out this article feels like it's falling into comparing web components to React pitfall. I don't agree right now at all. Like the only thing that he's called out so far about web components specifically is that if you're trying to use scoped styles, bringing in Shadow DOM because it's the only way to use scoped styles because web components sucks. Everything else is just the framing of why standards are important. He's not comparing anything to React so far, at least. Just the type of problem, not the goal of the solution. But yeah, we'll see if that changes as we go forward. Regardless, it is worth noting that a big portion of why web components exist is because of people on the Chrome team at the time's disdain for React, specifically a certain Alex Russell, who was not fond of React. Their goal was to make it irrelevant. They've since changed their goal, and I'll talk a little bit about that later. But web components were built as a standard as a response to React, not as a replacement for React, not as a similar mental model to React, but as a response to it, absolutely. The cost of abstraction. So the fundamental problem with web components is that they're built on custom elements. Elements are not components. More specifically, elements are a subset of components. One could argue that every element could be a component, but not all components are elements. So what? It means that every interface needs to go through the DOM, some in well-defined ways that aren't a perfect fit, and some in newly defined ways that augment or change how one would deal with elements to accommodate extended functionality. I'm curious where he goes here. I have a lot of thoughts, but thus far he has covered everything I've wanted to say. I have to. I can't not. I'm thinking too much about it. So I'm going to stack blitz it up really quick. Is there just a Vite React? I'm assuming React's just Vite on stack blitz. It is. Cool. So to iterate on what is being said here, an important thing to understand about elements versus components is that an element is meant to be a dumb piece like a div or a button or a paragraph. Web components are cool because they let you write your own custom-based elements like this. And you can even do things like pass them HTML because that's how elements work. But the idea of an element inherently containing its own things, like if I wanted to have this labeled button with edit, and I wanted this to be its own thing that I could reuse in 3 places, that is no longer just an element because it doesn't have the same primitives. An HTML element is the base primitive. It doesn't have sub-elements unless you declare them. A component not only has sub-elements, potentially, it has the ability to pass elements in different types. You could have, like, in React, I could have a prop here that's like some component. Oh, this is JavaScript, or this is TypeScript, yeah. Some component React dot element. React dot React element. I don't know. So now I can pass this app component some component and render it. Let's do that. Props dot some component. And now if I go to the main and pass here some component equals div sup nerds. This just, oops, not what I was trying to click here. That just works. And this idea of properties that you can pass, state that you can own like this, all of these ideas are an important part of components. Elements don't inherently have state beyond like form data that is baked into them to be the minimal primitive that is part of the browser. It is, and even then, the expectation is that you're controlling that with JavaScript. The idea of intertwining state, behaviors, styles, and markup as one box, that concept is a component. I didn't even really dive into styles here, but the idea that you could write style code in this that only affects this component and doesn't affect others is also important. And I've been using React long enough to remember times before we were deep on things like Tailwind, where you would put class names here, still have a CSS file, and things would break all the time because you accidentally used the same class name in two places. All of these things were just part of the experience. And as we have gotten better at encapsulating our components so they live in isolated boxes, building large applications with lots of developers has gotten significantly easier. Components won for a reason. This model lets you write things that are simple, simply, and write things that are complex, maintainably. And that is something unique to components. And part of why components work is because the primitives that they use are either other components or elements. And having those as the base properties that we are assembling components with is a huge part of why they are so powerful. Web components, by design, are trying to blur the line between an element and a component, and it's a mess. It's back to the article. So what? It means that every interface needs to go through the DOM, some in well-defined ways that aren't a perfect fit, and some in newly defined ways that some in well-defined ways that aren't a perfect fit, and some in newly defined ways that augment or change how one would deal with elements to accommodate for the extended functionality. To begin, DOM elements have attributes and properties. This is so that they can be represented as HTML. Attributes accept only strings, while properties, being a JS interface, can handle any value. Really good call out. When you're passing things in traditional HTML, you can only pass strings. But when you're using JavaScript and something like JSX or any other web framework with components in it, you can pass things like markup. You can pass another component. I could make a quick counter button and pass it here, and it will just work. That's so cool. And web components do not let you do these things. They make that type of composability basically impossible because they expect everything to be a fucking string. Native DOM elements have more rules around them specifically. Native DOM elements have more Why can't I read today? Native DOM elements have many rules around specific attributes and properties, like how some are Booleans, existence means that they apply, while others are pseudo-Boolean, like they need an explicit true or false. Whew. Yeah, again with web standards things, when they change them, it's too late. I know slots exist, guys. I understand slots are a thing. I just think they suck. Some properties reflect to attributes and others don't. A goal of templating languages is to solve this in a uniform way. We can make special rules around known elements and attributes, but with custom elements, we don't know. So this is why some templating libraries have interesting prefixes to indicate how things should be set. Even Solids JSX has things like attribute : prop : and bool : prefixes for this reason. Now every runtime location and compiler hook needs to be aware of it. Great. Yeah. So because to clarify what is being said here, because this is a really important point that just took a second for it to click for me even. Native DOM elements have a lot of weird ways to interface with them. Like some things are just, you pass it like hidden. Like, or if I have a button, let's say I have a button in here. We'll go back to the app here. If I want this button disabled, I can just write disabled. But if I want area disabled, if I recall area disabled, you have to explicitly pass it true. So even though those are both disabled flags, one you can just pass as a Boolean, or one you can just pass without giving it a value. The other one needs to be passed a string value of true or false. And that's just how HTML works. And this would be terrible. Okay, this is terrible, but we get around it because every framework, every tool built around the web has the standards document saying what each of these elements do. This is annoying, but we've been able as a community to work around it because it's a standard that we've all agreed on. And even though the standard means these different elements have different behaviors, we can build around it in a standard way. But if we're making our own components, but if we're making our own elements as being described here, we don't know which of the ways these attributes work. We don't know if it's blindly treated as a Boolean if we just pass it the flag. We don't know if it's an attribute. We don't know if it's a property. So in order for this to work, especially if you're trying to mount a web component on another framework like React or Solid, you now have to manually declare all of these things for every single element type. That sucks. Somebody asked in chat, did I just say semantic HTML is annoying? No. Semantic HTML, meaning these two things are different and you pass them true differently. That's not semantic HTML. That is bad design that it's too late to fix. There's a difference here. And the difference is when you're adding new elements willy-nilly using things like web components, you are going to have problems. And Solid has had to solve these with weird prefixes. And that sucks. Sorry, I keep saying attribute when it's supposed to be attribute. I don't know if it's my accent or something, but I've gotten enough annoying comments about it that I'm just going to rotate between the two because it's funny now. You might be thinking we need better templating as a standard, but like JSX above, you need to consider the implications of that decision. A few years ago, most people would have probably agreed that the way something like lit-HTML did template rendering was something. That's weird wording here. A few years ago, most people would have probably agreed that the way something like lit-HTML did templating rendering, why can't I read it all? Was a mistake here. A few years ago, most people would have probably agreed that the way something like lit-HTML did template rendering was a good approach. Other solutions could output it. However, in the interim, we realized that reactive rendering, like what Solid does, outperforms it. It does so by changing the semantics of the templating. If we had moved ahead, we would have had a standard. If we had moved ahead with the way Lit was doing things, we'd have a standard that isn't the best way to do templating. Also a fair point, like the early proposals and the way things like Lit were working might have seemed really good at the time, but we learned a ton since. And now we're in the middle of the signals wave because of Solid.js proving how powerful and performant they can be. It doesn't end there. DOM elements can be cloned, but custom elements have different behaviors, which means they should be imported instead. They have DOM-based lifecycles that can trigger synchronously or asynchronously, depending on when they upgrade. This wreaks havoc on things like reactivity tracking and context APIs. Oh man, the weird DOM lifecycles that these elements have is obnoxious. I've seen a couple examples. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but when I saw them, I was like, wait, what? If you have a web component that has its own lifecycle that has been mounted by Solid that has a lifecycle, now you have to build a bridge between these two different ways of managing components and lifecycles. That is hell. However, these details are important to interface with native DOM behaviors and events. These are also all things that a JavaScript component doesn't have to worry about. There are other idiosyncrasies, like the way event targets work in the shadow DOM. Some events don't compose, like they don't bubble beyond the shadow DOM boundaries. Some events don't bubble consistently because they don't recognize a different target, like in focus in, because the shadow host is always made the target no matter which child element gains focus. Oh man, that sucks, actually. I had no idea. So quick making this one a little easier to understand. The focus elements on a web component don't go to the child element that gained focus. They go to the whole element itself, which is obnoxious. Whew. Especially if you're trying to put shadow, or if you're trying to put web components in web components, which you basically can't do. Yeah. We could talk about these for days, but I don't want to divert too much attention here. Some things are today's shortcomings, and some are by design. But the commonality here is that they all require specific consideration that otherwise wouldn't be necessary. And of course, this has performance overhead. And of course, Ryan has a blog post. If it's about performance in the web, especially around components, Ryan has covered it meaningfully. Yeah. People are correcting me there. If the event is viewed from a handler inside of the shadow DOM, the target is correct. But if it's viewed from a handler outside, it's opaque to which element in the shadow DOM was targeted. It's obnoxious, but there are workarounds. Okay, that makes more sense. So if I am watching for the focus events externally, it will only tell me that it targeted like web component. It won't tell me what inside of it was targeted. Inside of it, you have the actual event, but now you're getting a different event with different data inside of the web component and outside of the web component, which is what? How are we just okay with that? That almost feels worse. But even if you consider the performance cost minimal, where does it leave us when going to the server for things like SSR? Yes, you can completely do SSR with web components. Hydration is completely achievable. To be clear, this was not the case before. Web components did not server-side render previously, and there's a lot of hacks people have made to make it possible to do this. But there are DOM interface in place, in a place with no DOM. Also a good call out, like the browser has a DOM, which is how server components were built to work, with the real DOM and the shadow DOM and the relationship between them. You don't have a DOM on the server. The way most server-rendered frameworks work is they spit out a string that then gets rendered in the browser and then hydrated on the JavaScript on the other side. You can make a minimal wrapper to handle most things, but this is all extra overhead. All because we tried to make components something that they aren't. On the server, there is no such standard. We are back to having specific solutions. It is just another type of framework with no more guarantees than if I choose Vue or React for my next project. There's nothing wrong with that, but we need to recognize that fact. That's a fair point. Like, if you're doing this on the server, like if the goal of web components is to be the standard, so you have to make decisions around these things, to use web components, you have to use some form of framework around them, especially if you're also server rendering. It sucks. The real cost of web components. The complete picture is one where the complexity of dealing with native elements increases to account for the newfound flexibility of web components. It is something that as tools support them better, not only is the user of them paying the price of... Reread on that one. I want to turn the AC down quick. One sec. I finally got invited to the app to control it. It is so hot. SF is fucking boiling right now. I just saw a message from Ryan saying that he's on vacation and went on vacation right after posting this and wanted to apologize for not being part of the discourse after making the blog post. So thank you, Ryan. No hard feelings. I noticed, but I assumed things like you were busy, not that that was some specific calculated decision. But honestly, Ryan, you're not missing out on much. Like, everybody's just like lamenting how right you are. So yeah, if you're wondering why Ryan's not in chat and why he hasn't said anything after this, he's on vacation. Let him have a good vacation. He deserves it. He deserves a break right now. Anyways, the complete picture is one where the complexity of dealing with native elements increases to account for the newfound flexibility of web components. It is something that as tools support them better, not only is the user of them paying the price, but all of the users of the tool are. More code to ship and more code to execute to check these edge cases. It's a hidden tax that impacts everyone. This is another good call out because I think a lot of the people who like web components aren't framework authors. They're using them for very small cases for medium-sized applications. Every framework author understands how bad this is, like all of them. I have a call out here from Rich Harris. I think every framework author, except the React team, went through this phase. I certainly did. Some of Svelte's worst design flaws are the direct result of us planning for a world in which web components were the dominant compile target. I believe Evan did. Ryan in particular went very deep on them. Because of course we would. We're all super competitive with each other, so if we could offload the work to a platform primitive that results in better perf and smaller bundles, then we're going to be all over it. In a sane world, the fact that we of all people are the least enthusiastic about them would prompt some deep introspection from the people designing these specs. Instead, we get admonished for not contributing to Handwave making them better. Or we get subtweeted about conflicts of interest and other inane bullshit. You see, it's a conflict of interest to maintain a framework even though web components don't compete with frameworks. But there's no conflict of interest involved in being paid to work on web component frameworks or specs or component libraries. Meanwhile, we're always 20 specs away from parity with userland, and the complexity of the very platform keeps compounding. It's absolute fucking madness. Oh, and he said other than React here, Ricky came in. React also went through this phase. The conclusion everyone else came to was pretty quick, so it might look like it was skipped from the outside. Yeah, basically everyone. And the proposal was people saying that, like, also Sam called out that Ember tried and gave up because of this. And yeah, that's the context, is every framework author tried because we all wanted to support the browsers and we gave up. Oh shit, Rick's here. Howdy, Rick. Thank you for the context there. Very useful. Oh yeah, this is a great one. They don't know how awesome web components are. Lol, we spent years trying. They don't work, they suck. There were people from the Angular team commenting on this too. Evan Yu had a rant about it. Everyone's been calling this out. Oh. Real quick sub rant, because if I don't do it now, I'm going to forget. There is a... you know what? I'm going to find her Twitter. Let me see if I got it right first try. I did. Awesome. I want to shout out one of my favorite people in this ecosystem, Nicole Sullivan. Nicole was one of the leads on the Google Chrome team. When she joined, she saw how much tension there was between the Chrome team and framework authors. So she went out of her way to try and bridge this gap and better understand. The first thing she did was find a ton of data. She went and scoured the web to see what websites were using what technologies. And I'm going to see if I can find the Reactathon Nicole Sullivan interview, because if I can find the video of this, oh yes, I need to find a specific quote in here really badly. This will make me, this is one of like the best deep digs I've done in a minute. Haha. Yes, this is, whew, I really hope my audio works right now. God, if it doesn't, I'm going to be so sad.
These are hobbyists.
Audio works, but I can't hear myself, so I have to fix that really quick. Give me one sec. Cool, we're good. Nicole had an awesome fireside chat at Reactathon last year that I've been thinking about since I heard it. So I want to take this opportunity to share parts of it. Link in the description if you want the whole thing. Whole thing is worth it.
Frameworks fall into that.
Oh, it's so quiet. I almost want to install one of those like extensions that boosts sound just for this. Like, this is worth it to me. Honestly, the easiest thing. Remember that time I said that somebody should make a YouTube channel that's like just like important tech talks that were poorly recorded and the audio sucks and just fix it? Someone should do that for this. I'm not installing the extension. I hate those extensions too much. This is faster.
Productivity. Oh my God.
The scroll hijacking is my pet. I hate.
Yeah.
I will close your site in
Weeks.
No, it was in the 18.
of the Aurora team is to make.
Still quiet, but we can work with it.
And this is why they're working together. So what inspired this work, and how has it been? I know you're not currently with the Aurora team, but how has it been?
Can I go louder? I can.
And working directly with those teams, and what has transpired from that? And what can you tell the audience here, both in person and live, about what has been accomplished from that relationship?
Okay, so the context here is Nicole was asked about what benefits they've seen since they started collaborating with the React team and other framework teams more. And her answer here, I think, is really valuable for understanding how we got to the place we're in today.
I don't think it's hard to even put into words how much it changed things. When I joined Chrome, there was sort of a sense of an adversarial relationship with frameworks. I don't know if folks remember that, but there was just this, I just didn't understand why. It seemed really silly to me, like we should be on the same team. Clearly we have the same goals.
It's on the web, yeah.
But it was this adversarial relationship. And I think now a huge part of our strategy as an entire organization is that we're focused on how do we meet the needs of abstractions and tools, and frameworks fall into that bucket. We did a little study where we looked at who were the developers that were using vanilla JavaScript, and what we found is they were most likely to work on their own, just themselves or maybe one other person. They were most likely to not use any other tools, to not use NPM, to not use the standard set of tools we've all gotten used to. And so the conclusion I drew from that was these are hobbyists, or maybe students, but probably hobbyists. And so that allowed us to switch things around and say, no, the bulk of the web uses frameworks, cares about frameworks, want their frameworks to be good and fast and everything else. So that really switched us to thinking about how do we make framework authors happy and framework developers have great outcomes.
Wonderful.
And then the React team, I should just say, was amazing. They worked with us when we still had no idea what we were doing. They spent a ton of time with us being like, nope, that's not how hydration works.
Yeah.
So that we could learn and start to, both put stuff in the browser that was useful, but also contribute performance-wise to these
Absolutely.
tools.
I won't.
Do you guys understand how big of a deal this is? I think about this quote at least once a week, and I was there when it happened a year ago. The browser teams, Chrome, as Nicole, who was on the team at the time, said, and was on the team at the time when she was talking here, she was speaking here as a representative of the Chrome team, specifically called out that at the time she joined, it felt like there was an adversarial relationship between Chrome and framework authors, but real developers used frameworks. The people who were building with vanilla browser standard stuff were hobbyists. And in order for the web to keep improving, in order for the great experiences we expect to use online to get better, they had to help the framework teams. And at the time, they didn't even understand hydration. But the React team was patient enough to work with Chrome and help them figure these things out. And that's why we're seeing the developments we're seeing today. The important point, and the reason I'm calling this out now, is web components were created in the peak of that anti-framework era, where the Chrome team both didn't understand frameworks and didn't like them and saw a conflict between the two. And when you look at how frameworks work and you look at how web components work, it makes perfect sense why it is this way because of that disdain between the two. And the amount of and this is, to be frank, it's probably why Nicole is now at Apple. Her ability to get through this political bullshit to do the right thing is unreal. And the conversations I had with her were some of my favorites. I wanted to bring her on, and by the way, Nicole, still open invite if Apple will let you. I just don't want to get you in trouble with your job. She is one of the single people that has done more for helping the web move forward than... Yeah, she's just one of those people that has done more for the web than almost any other group. And she's worked so hard to undo the damage of that old culture. And I wanted to call that out because I think it's really important. And honestly, I highly recommend watching this whole thing. It is full of bangers like that. Link will be in the description. Thank you, Nicole, for the hard work you've done. Thank you for recognizing that we use frameworks for a reason. And thank you for starting to undo the damage of web components. Wanted to go on that rant quick because there's a reason all the framework authors have this problem, and it's not because of skill issues. It's because of that weird tension between the two. Yeah, all the comments from chat here. Brutal quote, I can imagine Hacker News losing their shit. This is mind-blowing. They really believed everyone wants to use vanilla JS and HTML? Yep. Yeah, someone should just write a blog post based on that talk and post that on HN, because HN video posts don't do well on HN. Anyways, back to the article. And by the way, for those who have stuck around this long, I know this is a long video. We have to get to Leah's response because I'm sure this will be really good. I have massive respect for Leah. She's changed my opinion on things many a time, so I'm very excited to read that after. So make sure you stick through to the end so we can get to that too. Anyways, talked about where early standardization would have been catastrophic, but it also has the potential to stifle future innovation along certain paths because it assumes too much. Improvements to hydration, things like resumability, partial, or selective hydration, depend on event delegation to work. But if the Shadow DOM messes with that, then how could web components fit the model? SSR, some might say, was an oversight because we didn't think about that much in 2013, but the gap only continues to grow over time. So to contextualize this, one of the cool things frameworks like React and Solid do is when the page, or like one of the cool things that, like, how do I put it? One of the things that most modern frameworks do is they'll let you generate the HTML on the server so you can load that before the JavaScript has started. The JavaScript starting and taking over the page, that's what hydration is. You get the HTML first, and then the JS comes in, and the button might have rendered on the server. So you have a button. When you click it, it doesn't do anything. The JavaScript comes in, re-renders the button in order to attach to it, and now when you click it, it works. Most frameworks are smart enough to have a little bit of JavaScript running that is keeping track of anything that gets clicked while all of the other JavaScript is showing up. So it can make a queue of these events that occurred before the JS loaded, and then it can replay them once the hydration happens. But as mentioned before, with the weird targeting of Shadow DOM elements, you can't watch and replay events that occur inside of a web component. So if I have a web component that's like a counter button, and I click it, and I get the events that the shadow component was clicked, I can't hydrate those into the web component after the fact to actually trigger those events because the web component is isolated at a really weird spot. So even if you server render it, it breaks all of these types of behaviors that it, to be fair, took framework authors years to figure out. But since web components were built as an antithesis and a reaction to server, but since web components were built as a reaction to frameworks instead of in collaboration with frameworks, they missed all of these learnings, and now we're reinventing all of them, and all of the complexity, all of the weird decision making, all of the work around building with frameworks has to be done around web components to make them work. So you're not just picking web components or a framework, you're picking web components and a weird framework built around their madness, or a framework that already has their madness figured out. Anyways. Quick questions. I don't think this will be in the video. What's this? Oh yeah, the scheduler yield. I love my video on that. That was a great example of, by the way, for those curious, I just did a video on scheduler.yield. That's an example of one of the APIs that was designed in collaboration with the React team to make it so all frameworks can do more. This part should go in the video, or the thing I just said should go in the video. The rest doesn't necessarily need to be. Pre-hydration, the buttons would not work either. If a tiny JS script loads as soon as the page loads that tracks all events and caches them, so after hydration it can replay them, that's fine. That's how most of these frameworks work now. Yeah, there's a workaround. You can access the original event target if you know what you're doing. And this is the problem. There's so many of these that are obnoxious. Anyways, actually, I have this one tweet I wanted to highlight because I thought it was really funny and I originally put in the video. I had to Google what web components were, and I first looked at the source code. I know I'd entered the 9th level of hell and quickly closed the tab. I've seen those demons before. No, sir. Hell nah. I don't even want to put you guys through looking at that syntax, so I'm not going to put it in the video. But if you want to see why people are so upset, go look up some example server components. However bad you think they are, they're probably slightly worse, especially if you're a React dev. It is painful. What do you have for me here? Web components are okay. Don't worry, we already have the Leo one here. I might take a look in a bit, but if I had Gabriel here, I'd have him read that and tell me if this thing's worth calling out. But we're just going to do the Leo one, I think. Back to this, though. Back to the article. As I said, like, React and other frameworks figured out how to solve all these SSR problems. Web components had no concept of SSR because they're a browser standard, and the browser doesn't care about the server beyond what it sends to the browser. So the idea of a web component being a standard that can run on the server too became the community's problem to solve, which sucks. If anything, with compilers and advancements in build tools, I think there's a typo in this one. If you need to involve compilers and build tools, we are already moving away. If you have to deal with compilers and build tools anyways, we're moving away from this idea of them being a better standard, and they're nothing more than a developer experience consideration at that point. Something you have at authoring time that vanishes from the final output. For optimal user experience, we optimize away the components. Another banger from Ryan, components are pure overhead. This post was nuts. The idea of components, this blog post was nuts. The idea proposes is that components are a developer tool that do nothing but make your application slower once they're compiled down, and ideally you could compile them out entirely. But web components are making them standard, so the inefficiencies of components and the overhead that they imply is now part of the browser. I'm not saying someone couldn't find some interesting solutions to these problems, but they all imply taking on the hidden cost due to the foundational misalignment of having the wrong abstraction. This is what makes the dialogue here so difficult. It isn't something that you improve. It's just a mistake for a number of things. Now we can all say different solutions have different trade-offs, and maybe something like web components could only possibly succeed with support of things like standards bodies because of how pervasive it would need to be to work. It's an ideal that we're working towards and just aren't quite there yet. But is it actually ideal? Utopia Revisited. Is this going to be his alternative proposal? Ooh boy. We often hit a similar debate when talking about micro frontends or microservices. It is beneficial for organizational purposes to align projects with your developers. It follows Conway's Law. I like that he has a link to it. For those who don't know, Conway's Law describes the link between communication structures of organizations and the systems that they design. It is named after the computer programmer Conway yada yada. It's organizations which design systems, in the broad sense used here, are constrained to produce designs which are copies of the communication structures of those organizations. This is you ship your org chart. However your teams talk and are structured, the way your software comes out will be structured similarly. The isolation or portability afforded by web components means that one could have multiple different components on the page from different sources. Now, like the other, prudence is in order. Similar to not wanting to write all of your microservices in different languages, you might not want to author all of your components in different frameworks. But frontend is a much more restrictive space. The cost of each kilobyte of JS is not insignificant. It isn't only maintenance, why you wouldn't want to mix and match, but to reduce payloads. And this is where the wheels start coming off. Really good point. With web components, the isolation makes reusability between the parts much less. So even if a web component could theoretically be a few kilobytes less than the React alternative, if you have 15 components in React and 15 web components, the web component side starts to weigh more. If we're talking about bringing, and this is the one place I'll side with web components. If we have a super minimal HTML page, like let's say a blog, and we want to have one element on it that's dynamic, we want to reuse it in multiple places, we shouldn't have to introduce React to our code base to do that. And web components are a compelling way to have single reusable pieces of interactivity on an otherwise static application. And if this is like, I have a blog, I want a comment section, or I want a like button, and my options are web components or React, web components probably look pretty good to you. But if you're building an interactive application, and your choice is between a bunch of web components where you can't compose them or mount them inside of each other or hydrate them after the fact or process the elements before the JS loads and all of these things, or React, where all of these problems are solved for you, React is actually the better solution, not just the preferred solution, but technically speaking, React will run better, it will work better, the maintenance of the project will be significantly better, the size of the JS bundle will be smaller. All of these things are optimized in React because when one framework is running your web page and your application, reusability becomes much easier. And the reusability and composability of web components as their individual boxed piece doesn't scale across your application. It's just the most reusable part. You can't interop with that part, you can't compose that part, but you can use that part well. With React, you have all of this flexibility and the way smaller payload size because you're only loading React once. If your goal is to future-proof, then you need to be prepared to keep different versions of even the same library on the same page. This is no different for Lit as it is for React. You could choose to never update anything, but that is an option without web components too. There are no additional guarantees here. To future-proof, the only choice is to freeze things, maintain multiple versions, and load more JS on your page. Yep. Realistically, you will update your libraries in lockstep, which is also the same with any library. In those cases, if you only have a single library on your page, web components aren't doing anything for you but adding more overhead, possibly getting in the way of features that the library provides now and in the future. You might as well use the library without web components. Fair point. It's funny, he just counteracted my example with the blog immediately. The second consideration is granularity. If you have a micro front end, then that is a contained swappable piece. If in the future you decide it isn't the best way to handle things, you swap it out. If in the future you decide it's not the best way to handle things, then you can swap it out. But once you adopt web components everywhere, you'll need to address each of these touch points. Web components differ from micro front ends and microservices because they can be used cross-sectionally. This is good for standardization, but I've never seen a company that uses jQuery ever completely be able to get rid of it. Also a fair point. If you have one component that uses one library or tool, and you have this web component or this micro front end in your application, you'll never fully get rid of it. I know that if I recall the old Rails Ember code base at Twitch that I helped move us off of in 2018 still has some pages being served, which is insane. The most compelling uses for web components are as a sort of micro front-end container. In that case, you don't pay the scaling costs, the outside communication is minimal, and they're easy to swap in and out. The great example here, if we've ever been to a website that has the little like chat widget in the bottom, like the intercom, if you're not familiar. Intercom is the like chat app everyone has on their site, the little chat button where you can talk to them directly here. That is a great example of a web component because now every developer in every framework can mount this annoying little chat thing on their site trivially. You don't have to adjust it to a given framework. And it doesn't communicate in and out as much. Like my page doesn't care what's going on in intercom. So it works well for that. Outside of that, there are not very many use cases that make sense. The one-off, as mentioned, it's a one-off scenario. In those cases, though, the friction is low enough that having web components isn't necessary. I'd take them for the ergonomics to put a Zendesk widget. Did he really call that out, Zendesk widget? It's basically the same thing as the intercom one. That is hilarious. That is... We're on the same page a little too much. Like the fact that that's the only good example says so much. Like web components inadvertently built the perfect standard for annoying chat widgets and nothing else. Conclusion. And remember, this conclusion is not the end of this. I'm going to read the Leah thing, but I want to hear what he has to say at the end first. That is what it comes down to. I couldn't argue that there aren't ergonomic benefits to using web components in some scenarios, but the cost that it imposes everywhere is steep. While I shouldn't be quick to disavow technology for the types of poor patterns it enables one to do, it is difficult to stand behind it when it never fits in the ideal scenario. At best, it is nominal overhead. That's the important point. It's not just that it can be used wrong, it's that it never quite fits right, even if you're using it correctly. That's the problem. Web components are compromised through and through. As we know, sometimes we need compromises, but that is nothing to get excited about, and some compromises are better than others. It was presented to me that in 10 years from now, it's possible that no one would be using Solid, but a web component would still be there with the same interface as today. But I thought for a moment and responded that I'd still build it with Solid because that would be the best choice for today. In 10 years, even if I had to use a 10-year-old version of Solid, it would still be better than the web component version. 10 years doesn't erase that. Hopefully in 10 years, I'd be using something better. I really like that point. I'm increasingly tired of the the things you're using today are going to die. You need to use standards because those will be there forever. Thanks to the standards being there forever, an old Solid.js codebase will still work in 10 years. It might not be fun to work in and documentation might be old, but the documentation for web components will be old and still bad, and using them will be old and still bad. I work in React code bases from 8+ years ago sometimes, and they're fine. They're not great. They're not pleasant, but that's not because they got worse over time. That's because I got used to better things. And the only reason standards in the web are better than frameworks in the web for longevity is because they don't improve. I have a tweet about this. Let me find it quick. Yeah. As Adam said, I have 5-year-old web components that still work. My guy, I have 8-year-old React class components in production that still work. What are you talking about? The difference is that most React devs don't want to work on old class components. Web components haven't degraded the same way because nobody ever wanted to use them. The fact that the fact that the developer experience in React and other frameworks improves every year is not a victory for web components, because they are worse than React was 8 years ago. They're going to be worse than React is in 8 years. They're going to be worse than using React today in 8 years too. It's a stupid argument, and I'm happy that Ryan called it out too, because I've hated that argument for so long. The decision is completely orthogonal. So in a sense, there are nothing wrong with web components as long as they are only able to be what they are. It's the promise that they are something that they aren't, which is so dangerous. The way their existence warps everything around them that puts the whole web at risk. It's a price that everyone has to pay. Banger. Great outro. Follow Ryan. Check out his YouTube. Let's hear Leah's response. Web components are not framework components, and that's okay. Disclaimer, this post expresses my opinions, which do not necessarily reflect consensus by the whole web component community. A blog post by Ryan Carniato titled Web Components Are Not the Future has recently stirred a lot of controversy. A few other JS framework authors pitched in, expressing frustrations and disillusionment around web components. Some web component folks wrote rebuttals, while others repeatedly tried to get to the bottom of the issues so they could be addressed in the future. I want to see the frustrations. It's probably, this is the Evan Yu thing I talked about earlier. If web components truly simplify frameworks while retaining the same level of features, I'd be the first one to rewrite Vue on top of it. I'm sure Ryan and Rich hold the stance too. The conclusion is collectively no, it's a tax and we should get over it. And then Rich, as I said before, the insinuation that there's some kind of vested interest in suppressing web components is both illogical and ironic, given the author's day job. Really distasteful, and it totally misreads Ryan's argument. Yeah. It's kind of annoying that people are claiming that... Actually, I did bookmark this one. I think this is the one that... This is a different one. Web components are okay. And this is what components are today. Okay, there was a lot of defense from these people who I had not heard about before. No offense to them. So I know there's a lot of standards people that I've just never heard of. But when everybody I've heard of says this sucks and a bunch of people I've never seen before say, wait, no, you're wrong. I trust the people I've heard of. I'm sorry, I just do. I know it's a bias, but all of the authors of all of the most popular tools on the web have made a pretty clear stance here. Anyways. When you're on the receiving end of such an onslaught, the initial reaction is to feel threatened and become defensive. However, these kind of posts can often end up shaking things up and pushing a technology forward in the end. I have some personal experience after I published my 2020 post, The Failed Promise of Web Components, which also made the rounds at the time. I was approached by a bunch of folks about teaming up to fix the issues that I described. The results of these brainstorm sessions was the Web Components CG, which I'm assuming is the something group, community group. Group is for collaboration between people working on web component libraries, tools, documentation, and standards. This was a group formed to try and make web components usable. And now, as a life of its own, it's become a vibrant web component community that has helped move several specs of strategic importance forward. As someone who deeply cares about web components, my initial response was also to push back. I was reminded of how many times I'd seen this pattern before. It is common for new web platform features to face pushback and resistance for many years. I saw that the example she gave on Twitter was apparently people hated CSS for the first 10 years and then came around to it. There were not established solutions that CSS was trying to poorly recreate. The established solution was tables. And tables were much less flexible and much less capable than CSS. Web components are the less flexible and capable solution here. The thing that is most flexible and is like if the more flexible thing is already dominant, it will stay winning. And that's what I didn't like about her argument is CSS didn't win because it was the standard or because it was pushed right. It won because it was better, and it was better because it was more flexible. And apparently it wasn't originally. It was way more limited. Naman, who is an absolute fucking like CSS and styling wizard, he's the guy who made StyleX, if you're not familiar, and is the only person to talk shit on Tailwind in a way that I can actually learn from. People hated how limited CSS was. They didn't hate the idea itself. And when CSS became less limited, it became more popular. Web components are the limited option here, and the frameworks are the less limited option. There are deficient APIs which can be fixed by adding more stuff. Also, a fair point, CSS needed more things to be better. Web components don't need more things. They need to be rethought. As Leah says here, we tend to compare new features and new platform stuff to the current userland practices, and their ergonomics often fare poorly at the start, especially when there's no immediately apparent 80-20 solution. Making things possible tends to precede making them easy. That is a fair point. Like, the first priority of the standards committees is to make things that can work at all and then make them easier and better. But once the standard is there, it's there and it can't be undone. So I think if you want to do that type of experimentation, frameworks are the right place, not the web platform. As she says here, web platform features operate under a whole different set of requirements and constraints. They need to last decades, not just until a major release. They need to not only cater to the current version of the web platform, but anticipate its future evolutions and be compatible with them. They need backwards compatibility with the web, as it was 20 years ago. They need to be compatible with a slew of accessibility and internationalization needs that the userland libraries often ignore at first. That's not fair. Userland libraries have not been ignoring these things for a while, and there's plenty of standards like Canvas that are not particularly accessible. It's, yeah. And a good point from Naman here. Web Component API breaks a whole bunch of expectations of how HTML and the DOM work. Not a browser standard. Yeah, it's weird. What is this here? Why do WebAuthn raise so much money if nobody wants them? Not familiar with what's going on there. But yeah, canvases are breaking a lot of the same rules here. And don't get me started on WebGPU. It's really cool, but it's chaos. That all said, most modern frameworks put a lot of work into things like accessibility. And just because tools 15 years ago didn't, doesn't mean that this is a fair statement. In fact, tools like React yell at you when you're not making things accessible. Tools like SvelteKit do the same. I just don't agree with this point anymore. Last point she has here, though. They're developed in a distributed way by people across many different organizations with different needs and priorities. So they're designed by committee, which is not necessarily a good thing. Usually, the result is more robust, but it takes a lot longer. That's why I've often said that web standards are a product work on hard mode. They include most components of regular product work, like collecting user needs, designing ergonomic solutions, balancing impact over effort, and leading without authority. But with the added constraints of a distributed, long-term, and compatibility-focused development process that would make most PMs pull their hair out in frustration and run screaming. Totally agree here. Making web standards is hard as balls. That doesn't mean... I would argue this means you should be pickier about which things you bother going the web standard path with. And I don't think web components were a thing worth standardizing until way more of this work was done, if at all. They have not played out in a way that I see them as beneficial. Apparently there's a thread I need to read. I'm going to quickly scroll to see if I should go here yet. Okay, we'll finish her blog post and then I'll read this thread. Here's the CSS thing I mentioned before. I'm old enough to remember this pattern playing out with CSS itself. Huge pushback when it was introduced in the 90s. It was clunky for layouts and it had terrible browser support. Why fix something that wasn't broken, folks cried. Embarrassingly, I was one of the last holdouts. I like CSS for styling, but I was among the last to switch to floats for layouts. Tables were just so much more ergonomic. The majority resistance lasted until the mid-2000s, where it went from this will never work to clearly this was the solution all along, almost overnight. And the rest, as they say, is history. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized, as often happens in these kinds of heated debates, the truth lies somewhere in the middle. Having used both several frameworks and several web components, and having authored both web components and even one framework over the course of my PhD, both sides do have valid points. Frankly, if framework authors were sold the idea that web components would be a compile target for their frameworks, and they'd gotten today's web component APIs, I understand their frustration. Worse yet, if every time they tried to explain that this sucks as a compile target, they were told, no, you just don't get it, or worse, that they should just work harder, or they're biased because they're framework authors, you'd feel gaslit too. Yeah, damn right. Web components are still far from being a good compile target for not all frameworks, for any framework not explicitly built around them. That's the one change I'd make here. But that's not a prerequisite for them being useful. Do I need to go back to the thing I just played from Nicole, where she said the real web isn't using browser standards, they're using frameworks that are built on the standards? Anything in the browser that isn't valuable or compatible with frameworks is a bad browser API at this point. And it's sad that web components are a last bastion of that old era of Chrome that are too deep in the weeds to be fixed. But let's see what she has to say. Not all component use cases are the same. I'm going to make a prediction. I didn't read the chart. I promise I didn't read the chart. I'm going to make a prediction. One of the biggest issues with web components is that they are just straight up not composable. What do I mean by that? Well, let's say I built a web component design system for my company. Let's say we have an avatar component, which is to render a profile picture with a perfect circle with specific hover behaviors. We have a pill component, which is like the little tag pills with the rounded edges that are meant to show you like tags on something. And I have a button component. And then I have a card component. And the card component is meant to be reused in many places. Maybe it's a post component that has the avatar in the corner. It has the pills for the tags. And it has a button for liking it. That outer component can't really be a web component because web components mounting web components almost instantaneously becomes a disaster. They have to be those tiny base pieces. You can't have a card web component trivially. It can be done, but it sucks. The composition wasn't there at all initially and has been hacked in since. Okay, can you guys prove me wrong on that then? Send me some examples because I just have not seen that. So I know this has slots. Okay, slot is footer. SL button, SL rating. Okay, but I have to define all of these things myself when I use the SL card. I can't have the SL card itself using an SL button. I have to pass it, and I have to tell it where to put it using slots. Is that correct? Cool. People who have actually built design systems with this are calling out, I'm right, and people are tired, and they're tired of people being blind to this. You can do that. Okay. Naman, clarify for me. Naman's the one I trust here. I know slots are useful. Here's my question to the web component people. If I have a web component, I'm just going to mock it out in here. Function, demo, return, div. Okay, I don't like this, isn't formatting, whatever. So if I have a card web component, I can pass this like body content, card web component. But if I want to change the contents of a button that this card web component mounts, I want to say like this has a button in it that is another web component, and I want to pass it like button props equals color, blue, label, like this post. As far as I know, this basic concept of composition cannot be done in web components. I'm not talking about render props. I'm talking about passing properties to a subcomponent. Because what I'm saying is this card web component has inside of it a button web component that it is mounting, and I am passing props through to it. I'm not passing it like a slot that it is rendering. I don't have to know what a button web component is here. Okay, I know I can't pass objects and attributes. Okay, that's a fair point too. It can work, but only if you don't care about SSR. Okay, that's enough for me to get it, to not care. Like it can, but with a bunch of hacks. Like if a component can't use another component without you passing it through a slot and breaking a bunch of things, it's not actually composable. If your attempts to compose web components break which things they aren't allowed to do, then they're not composable. The whole point of React is that your components can mount components, can pass things in components, can reuse, can do all of this stuff. Ugh. Okay. Apparently you can, I misinterpreted Naman. You can use non-string props, but not on the server, only on client, which is annoying. Oh shit, Ryan's here. It can be done. Okay, if Ryan's composition's okay, editor's note, cut out the whole thing I just said about composition. Clearly I'm wrong. We'll do a new thing. Yeah. So my hypothesis was that the nature of components being, or the nature of elements being so much more primitive meant that web components that were higher order, like a card component that mounts a button component, an avatar component, and all of these other pieces, that those components would not compose particularly well. Apparently with slots, you can hack in a lot of these things and the composition is functional. I don't like the slot behavior. I like slots to be a property of how component props work. Like if I want a slot in React, I do what I showed before. Like a slot in React is I have a prop that I've defined and I just put it wherever I want to put it. And I love that. And there's also a slot built into React by default. Props.children. You have this default slot built in, and if you want more, you can make more. With web components, you have to use the slot equals and like bind specific named things. But it works. It's cool that it works. But it's not pleasant, especially compared to this level of control. And it feels like slots are an added feature to hack around the fact that properties and attributes can't really be things other than strings, which is obnoxious. And slots are a different way to pass markup because there isn't any other way to do it. What a mess. Anyways. So let's actually look at this now that I've went on my assumptions rant, and some of the assumptions were wrong. Thank you to Ryan, Naman, and everyone else correcting me. As someone who hasn't touched web components since they first came out, it's good to know that these things work now, because they did not at the time. Let's see. So not all components are the same. There's project-specific components, like a user hover card, a survey question, a color chart, product card, and then generic ones, like a tab group, a button group, a pie chart, a star rating, but then things that overlap, like HTML demo or color scale. Interesting. I think the crux of this debate is that the community has mixed two very different categories of use cases, largely because frameworks do not differentiate between them. Component has become the hammer with which to hammer every nail. Conceptually, there are two core categories of components. Generalizable elements that extend what HTML can do can be used in the same way as native HTML elements across a wide range of diverse products. There's generalizable elements that extend what HTML can do and can be used in the same way as native HTML elements across a wide range of diverse projects. Things like tabs, rating widgets, combo boxes, dialogues, menus, charts, etc. Another way to think about these is, if resources were infinite, elements that would make sense as native HTML elements. I think that the way people implement something like a rating widget is unique enough to a project that I wouldn't call that generalizable. But I think the thing I'm going to disagree with here is the idea that these should be separated. Because at what point does your ratings widget go from generic to project specific? At what point does your combo box go from generalizable to very specific to your implementation? I'm excited to see. Apparently, this is how Rich responds, but we'll see in a second when I get there. The other type of components that Leah's proposing is reactive templating. UI models that have project-specific purposes and are not required to make sense in a different project. For example, a font foundry may have a component to demo a font family with child components to demo a font family style, but the use of such a component outside of the very niche font foundry use case would be very limited. I feel like the line is blurry with so many of these things, and like the relationship between the parts is like, I don't want to have to think about this whenever I'm making a new component. Is this generic enough that it can be a web component, or is it specific enough that I have to make it something else? I hate thinking about these separately, but we'll see. Of course, it's a spectrum. Few things in life fit neatly in you know what? I'm going to skip straight to the... This is frustrating me enough that I'm going to read the Rich thing, because I am so curious. We may still need frameworks for non-trivial apps. Web components make their job easier. I feel like Rich, Ryan, and Evan are clearly articulating that instead of making their jobs easier, it's making their jobs harder, and it's effectively a tax. Talking about web components as a building block, same as native elements. They are talking, as I understand them, about using them as a compile target. That's not correct. The tax largely results from the fact that our frameworks need to be able to consume web components. It's a steady source of nasty edge cases, and it causes framework code to be larger and slower. Very true. And again, this is because what Naman said earlier, which is that web components don't follow the existing standards for the DOM. They behave differently from how the DOM behaves, which means the existing code in the frameworks can't just work with web components. It's taken so long for the React team to get web components to behave at all in React. And that's not because they're not putting the effort in, it's because it sucks. And it's also funny that Matt's point is that the criticisms of web components are criticisms of the HTML and the DOM, when web components break our understanding of HTML and DOM. But Rich has a great response here that I'm excited to read. Firstly, I reject the premise that pushing the burden onto users is desirable. If a tax has to be paid, it's better for frameworks to pay it. But beyond that, it's not just about the fact that web components make the platform so much more complex and so much harder to learn. It directly affects users in subtle ways. For example, if you want to clone some DOM to build a component, you can do so with fragment.clone node true, right? Not so fast. If the DOM contains a custom element, the clone won't be assigned to the correct class until it's appended to the document. And if you set properties in the meantime, it won't trigger accessors. They'll shadow the prop type instead, which is very bad news. It's a real head scratcher of a bug. That's fun. These little things, like when you write frameworks, you just assume you can clone nodes to do things, but you can't clone them if they have web components. That sucks. I just realized I didn't lock my cats out, so give me 1 sec. There are fixes, though. It turns out that if you use document.import node, fragment, true, instead, it works correctly. Not that you'll casually learn that while reading MDN. This is the kind of knowledge that is only acquired with a side helping of battle scars. Yeah, this is the problem. The amount of these little things that you have to learn because web components don't follow the browser standard the way that these developers are used to is a very real problem. But there's a catch. Import node is roughly 30% slower than clone node in our testing. That's unacceptable overhead given that most people aren't using custom elements. And if they are, they're certainly not doing it that often. So we opted to pay a different price. The compiler adds a flag to the generated code, and the flag tells the runtime which to use. That's extra code and extra work. albeit a minuscule amount, that would be unnecessary if we didn't have to think about this nonsense. Having the bug, tax. Figuring out the solution, tax. Implementing the fix, tax. Documenting the code for our future selves, tax. Adding regression tests, tax. Running those tests on every CI job, tax. Shipping extra code, tax. Doing more work in a hot code path, tax. And that's just one example. There are others. The bottom line is that framework authors could ship sooner and could ship leaner and more reliable code were it not for this ill-designed primitive with its myriad of edge cases. Leah, you know how much I respect you. You know how much I love the way you've challenged me in the way I think. To you, it's a tax because you're not seeing value. I do not like this reply. I liked this from the bit that I read here. It's always a tax. Having to change how your framework works because the browser added something new is always a tax. Apparently, there's even more context about this tax from Rich. A lot of people don't understand what Ryan and I mean when we say tax, or they just assumed it's a skill issue or something that would magically vanish if our stuff was built on web components, whatever that means. This isn't necessary. You can cut this part. It's a link to the same thing. The beginning of it. Also fun, this one should be included actually. Fun call out from Rich earlier. If I could bill someone for the time I've spent working around web components in Svelte, I'd be a rich man. The tax is real. Yeah, it's just one of those things where the cost is really high. And if he saw the value in it, the tax building around it is still real. And great question from Ryan in chat. Whose onus is it to show the value? Apparently it's ours, which sucks because I haven't seen it. Maybe it's Intercom's onus to show. Seriously though, Rich has always been the bad cop in this one. Like his old article was a lot spicier, but this is bad enough that even Ryan got a little spicy here. Rich talking about being rich. Well, yeah, Ryan, you're on vacation. I hope that you're choosing to be here and you don't feel pressured to be here. Thank you for showing up, but like you missed the rant I went on about how okay I was with you not being here and proud I am that your article is good enough to stand by itself. Like you can orchestrate an entire drama unintentionally without even being around for it now, which is awesome. Like your article is so good that the whole thing is just playing itself out now. Back to the article, because there was a bit more in here that I wanted to see, because there was something about the components bit. I thought, Naman, didn't you say there was something in here about like how the difference between these components isn't real? Because I thought that's why I switched over to this. Great reply from Jenna. Another one of those like just disgustingly smart people in the space. She's one of the core people who wrote Radix. Okay, I misunderstood you then, Naman, my bad. One more fun call out here from Jenna, who I absolutely adore. She's one of the core contributors to Radix and arguably one of the people most responsible for it existing. So you can thank her for something as awesome as ShadCN. So huge shout out to Jenna, one of my favorite people in the space. Feel this so bad. If Shadow DOM requires this many new specs to make it support stuff that Shadowless DOM can mostly already achieve, when do we acknowledge it was perhaps the wrong abstraction and try again? So much fire. So much fire. Whew. Back to the article. I left this on the point of the two types of components. Of course, it's a spectrum. Few things in life fit neatly into completely distinct categories. For example, an HTML demo component might be somewhat niche, but would be useful across any site that wants to demo HTML snippets, like a web component library, a documentation site around web technologies, a book teaching how to implement UI patterns, etc. But the fact that it's a spectrum does not mean the distinction does not exist. There's a lot of distinctions that exist that I don't think necessarily matter. Like, The distinction between like the distinction between gray pants and blue pants is a real distinction, but they're both still pants. And at some point you have to decide if it matters or not. Web components primarily benefit the use case of generalizing elements that extend to HTML and are still painful to use for reactive templating. Fundamentally, it's about the ratio of potential consumers to authors. The huge benefit of web components is interoperability. You write it once, it works forever, and you can use it with any framework or none at all. Here's your tax. When you say that it works with every framework, it doesn't just magically work with every framework. Those frameworks have had to do crazy shit to make it work. And like, I would wager at this point that the amount of effort that framework authors have put into making web components work within them is greater than the also admittedly insane amount of effort that was discussed earlier with the product management hell of building standard stuff. Where is it? Here, the product work on hard mode statement. Yes, making web components and making the standard, insane amount of work. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. But you need to stop pretending that it hasn't been as much, if not more work, for the authors to do the same thing. And that's what's annoying to me here, is everyone had to work really hard for a standard that not very many people were actually asking for. So if you're going to claim interoperability is the big win with web components, y'all should be the ones contributing to Svelte, contributing to React, contributing to these other things. It makes no sense to fragment efforts to re-implement things like tabs or rating widgets separately for each framework-specific silo. It is simply duplicated busy work. I think most of those things are... It's funny because like I argued against this before knowing this is the point that she was going to make. I said like a ratings widget is absolutely on the line where I'm going to want to do something different with it. This is why something like ShadCN is beating out stuff like component libraries that already exist. With ShadCN, you're cloning code into your code base. So when it comes time to make it more custom, you own the code. With web components, you have to put all this work to make it even work in your framework because of the assumption you might never actually need to modify that web component. But in a world with AI, a world with crazy things like whatever's going on with the Quick team. What's the name of the company that makes Quick? Builder.io. With like Builder.io's crazy stuff that they're doing to make it so you can take your React code and port it to every other framework. All of those efforts make the 50 lines of code for a ratings widget being shareable matter a hell of a lot less. Just, it feels like a weird thing to make the framework authors do this much work so a ratings widget could theoretically be shared across projects instead of it being part of the browser standards. I don't see it. The amount of work to port each of these things is low enough, especially now. And fair point from Naman, it's meant to be a common interface. Even if it's flawed, the proponents of things like that at least exist. I can understand why people want a common interface. But if that common interface is bad enough that everyone is repeating their stuff and doing all this crazy work to make it work, at one point, the benefit isn't there. And thank you, Ryan. It's mitosis is the thing that Builder.io made to write your code once and have it work in every framework without web components. Anyways. As a personal anecdote, a few weeks ago I found an amazing JSON viewer component, but I couldn't use it because I don't use React. I prefer Vue and Svelte. To this day, I've not found anything comparable for Vue, Svelte, or Vanilla.js. This kind of fragmentation is sadly an everyday occurrence for most devs. Let me take a look at this. I'm assuming it's on GitHub. Because I would bet writing this and something like web components would be fucking miserable. Yeah, JSON edit React. Like, I bet this is a lot of code for this. Look at all of the code for this. Has anybody made a web component this big that's open source and not absolutely fucking miserable to work in, once you get to this level of dynamic, it feels really hard to make that a web component. Like, if anyone has an example of something this complex that's open source in a web component, I would genuinely like to read through it and look at the code. But it's hard for me to imagine. Oh shit, it's got a huge raid. Not wrong button. Thank you, Spheroforio, for the raid. Hope you had a fun stream. What did you guys do today? We're in the middle of filming a video, but more than happy to shout you out. Make sure I am following if I'm not. Get that fixed super quick. I'm already following. Cool. Hope you guys had a fun stream. We're bitching about web components. I'll snooze the eggs. Y'all just showed up. Model viewer from Google. So the only example is something Google made. And it's still using packages. Okay, there's multiple workspaces. That makes it fun. Take a look at model viewer. That's just dev deps. And it's using lit. It's still using a framework. Like, you can't build something this large without a framework of some form. It's cool that it's a web component, so it's reusable. But you still need a framework anyways. Like, anyways. So yeah, as for the web component, or as for the JSON viewer thing, it is much harder to write things that complex with web components. And even if you do, you're going to need to pull in something like lit. And lit had to be built to make web components like usable. And my counter here is like, on one hand, it does suck that this amazing JSON viewer can't be used in things that aren't React. I mean, you can mount a small React thing inside of a viewer's felt app. It's just not fun. But on the other hand, I don't think it's fair to push that developers like them have to learn this other new thing that is significantly more complex with all of these foot guns for the potential of people using it in these other things, especially if it means the interop of working inside of React viewers felt is worse. If React's being used by 70% of their potential users, and writing in a React makes it easier to bind, pass children to, and do all these other things, it is really hard to justify rewriting that or writing something like it in web components instead. Especially if we get to the point where generating and rewriting this code for viewers felt gets easier due to all the new tools and AI and shit that's happening. Anyways, when it comes to project-specific components, the importance of interop decreases. You typically pick a framework and stick to it across your entire project. Reusing project-specific components across different projects is not a major need, so the value prop of interop is smaller. Additionally, the ergonomics of consuming versus authoring web components are vastly different. Consuming web components is already pretty smooth. The APIs are largely there to demystify most of the magic of built-in elements and expose it to web components, with a few small gaps being actively plugged as we speak. That I don't agree with, because consuming them in other frameworks, which is how, as Nicole established earlier, how most websites are being built. If you're writing vanilla HTML, mounting and consuming a web component is great. But the ability to take a web component and mount it in your React app and pass it properties and have everything work properly, that's still not smooth sailing. It's far from smooth sailing right now. So to say that consuming them is pretty smooth when the way the majority of the web is built makes them quite hard to consume feels very unfair. Regardless of that, even Leah agrees that authoring web components is miserable. Especially without a library like Lit, authoring web components is still painful, tedious, and riddled with footguns. For generalizable elements, this is an acceptable trade-off, as their potential consumers are much larger than... For generalizable elements, this is an acceptable trade-off, as their potential consumers are a much larger group than the authors. As an extreme example of this, nobody complains about the ergonomics of implementing native elements in browsers using C++ or Rust. But when using components as a templating mechanism, authoring ergonomics are crucial, since the overlap between consumers and authors is nearly 100%. Apparently, she did a Twitter poll a while back. I would love to take a look at that. Oh, look, she did the same poll I did earlier. I mostly use web components. I both make and use web components, and I don't use web components at all. What's interesting here is people who are using web components are also making them, which is what I'm guessing she thought wasn't the case. Apparently, most people who are using them also make them, which is really interesting. Also account for the bias of people following Leah and doing her poll, especially with only 430 votes. That is a deep subset of JavaScript devs. I asked if people had mostly consumed web components, used them, or that others have made, or both. Know that many people who use web components are not aware of it, so the motivation was not to gauge adoption, but to see if the community has caught on to the distinction between the use cases. The fact that over 80% of people who knowingly use web components are also web component authors is indicative of the problem. Web components are meant to empower folks to do more, not to be consumed by expert web developers who can also write them. Until the number becomes a lot smaller, web components will not have reached their full potential. That's one of the reasons that I joined the Web Awesome project. I think that it's the right direction for web components, encapsulating complexity into beautiful, generalizable, customizable elements that give people superpowers by extending what HTML can do. They can be used by developers to author gorgeous UIs, designers to do more without having to learn JS, or even hobbyists that struggle with both. So what's funny, I brought this up earlier. ShadCN is a similar goal to make these reusable base pieces that are insanely useful for web developers. You have a custom form element that makes dealing with your forms easier. You have a hover card that has this fancy card that comes up when you hover things. You have a label that works. You have much more complex things too, like radio groups, which are obnoxious to do right, or select, which came up earlier because the select component kind of sucks, or toasts and Sonner and all of these different things for managing how toasts appear on your page. All of these could be web components, and we had an in-between. There's almost, God, I can't believe I'm Excalibur drawing this late into a video. But that's what y'all have done to me. There's a spectrum here, where on one side we have elements I wrote in my code base. And on the other side of the spectrum, we have base HTML elements. So on one side of the spectrum, we have like div and button. And on the other side, we have the shit that I'm writing for my code base, like the components. I'll say components here to be more clear. And I guess my big issue with this article is it's being described as though these are two different things, but these are just 2 points on the spectrum. General components are more on that side, and reusable components that are being built in my framework are closer to here. I guess that's the project-specific ones. But within this spectrum, there's a lot of different stop points. Like here, I would say we have web components where they're as customizable as they're exposed to be, but you can't really change the fundamentals of how they work. You can't change the logic of a web component when you're consuming it unless you fork it and make changes to it. I would say similar, something that's similarly far on the side would be like material UI and other like UI libraries. Okay, retake on it. Something else I'd say is similar would be like a material UI and other UI libraries. these two are pretty close to the base HTML element thing. What we have learned as an ecosystem is if you're not this, being close to it kind of sucks. And that's why we've moved the other way, where we have stuff like ShadCN. And ShadCN looks and operates similarly to Material UI, where you have all the components you can grab and use, but it's in your code base, so you can change it however you want, so you're not compromising on the ownership. The argument for web components is you shouldn't want to own it. It is basically an extension of HTML elements on the browser. But as soon as it's customizable enough, as soon as it's valuable enough, as soon as it's complex enough, you end up needing to customize it at some point. And I think within the spectrum, the place that web components live is a place that not many developers spend a whole lot of time. And we see that because we are very quickly moving off of stuff like Material UI in favor of stuff like ShadCN. The whole industry is trending to the right here. Web components are saying that we should have better solutions on the left. I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm saying you should not expect people who are living over here to put a bunch of time and effort into making this thing that we've already decided isn't that valuable better. That's it. And since with ShadCN, you actually, as I mentioned like 5 times now, you clone the code into your code base, you get the full ownership and customizability. So you get the ergonomic benefits of having good, reusable pieces and not compromising on the ownership. The one catch is it's only for React. Does that kind of suck? Sure. But if it wasn't just for React, it'd have to be written in a way that the ownership model doesn't work for. Because if I'm a React dev and I'm using ShadCN and it's web components and I need to change something about it, and I don't know the craziness that is web component syntax, as you've established, Leah, web components suck to write, then it being in my code base no longer matters. It has foregone all of the potential benefits. And could you theoretically add an infinite number of attributes and properties and flags and booleans to the things on the left here so you don't need to customize them? Perhaps. But you will eventually get to the point where you need more customization or something is missing in those pieces. And owning it solves that problem. Also of note, there's effort to rewrite ShadCN in other frameworks. I know that there's a really far along ShadCN Svelte project that is rewriting all of the components for Svelte. It's happening. And the reason people are putting the effort into this is we agree this is the right solution. Apparently Solid UI, yeah, look, Solid has an equivalent too. They look nearly identical. Again, the point is we agree this is the right solution. Back to the article. Back to Leah's article quick. Making it about frameworks versus web components is a false dichotomy. Frameworks already use the native HTML elements in their components. Web components extend what native elements can do and thus make crafting project-specific components easier across all frameworks. As Rich established, this assumes the framework authors have learned all the ways that web components don't follow the rules of what native elements do and have built solutions to all of those, which makes this a much more painful paragraph to read, knowing that it is missing that core point. Also, we may still need frameworks for non-trivial apps, but web components make their job easier. I would once again cite Nicole's statement earlier, where it has been established by the Chrome team that all real teams and projects are using frameworks now. And I don't think we are the ones doing the pitting. I really haven't seen examples from like Rich Harris or Ryan Carniato or any of these web component people saying, why would we do that? React components are better. We have had a discussion about how hard it is to use web components and how it doesn't seem like they're solving a real problem. But that is different from saying React is good, web components bad. I think I'm probably the closest thing to that. And my diagram I just drew is probably the closest thing. We will certainly eventually get to the point where web components are more ergonomic to author, but first we need to get the low-level foundations right. At this point, the focus is still on making things possible rather than making them easy. The last remaining piece of the puzzle are things like reference targets for cross-root areas or element internals.type to allow custom elements to become popover targets or submit buttons. Wait, are you telling me that right now you can't have a web component button that is a submit button? Is that true? Please tell me that's not true. I don't want that to be correct. Not true? Okay. Thank you, guys. Okay. Just making sure. Thank you, chat, for clarifying. Okay, Naman says he's unsure, which makes me much more skeptical now. You know what? Tiebreaker. I am building a web project or a website using web components. I have a custom button component, and I want it to be the button that submits a form. How can I do this? I would make a quick demo. I would absolutely make a quick demo, but web components suck too much to write for me to do that. God, I promised you guys I wouldn't make you look at web component syntax. I'm so sorry. If this dot has attribute form ID is get attribute form, button, shadow root query selector button, set attribute form ID. So you have to manually set the form ID and manually render this type submit on it. So apparently, according to Naman, there's been pushback to allow for custom elements to be like form elements specifically. Form associated for that purpose. Let's ask Claude about it. What is, I use So I hope you guys can understand that, yes, I don't know all of the different things you can do in web components, but the whole point is that they're a browser standard. Why are there like 15 why are there 15 APIs for fucking everything with them? Form associated button. And does it, here's the form associated button code. Form associated is true. Attach shadow root, put the styles in. Button part equals button. slot button. Where is the submit bound though? Is it not? Oh, it's so I mean, it's a web component. It requires JS anyways, but you're not using type as submit anymore. Now you're this dot underscore internals dot form dot request submit. I can't take it in good faith. I'm sorry. I'm trying. Do you know how I do this in React? I'll show you how I do this in React. Let's go back to my code. Function. Demo form, return form input type equals text form save so it formats. Say I want to let's say I just want a normal button for submit. Type equals submit. Cool. And if I want that to be a custom component in React, if I have a custom button, function custom button, turn, cut, paste, done. And if I want this to be a custom button that isn't always type submit, I can do that too. Props, type, string. I could be more specific with the type if I wanted to. Type equals props.type. Type equals submit. Look at that. That's going to be, say it has to be one of these. Cool. Since this is TypeScript, and TypeScript is smart. Yoink. What was that mad about? Well, let's do that. Cool. Now I can pass any of the button element types. And it's that easy. There we go. We're at 2 hours of web components. Fuck. We need to wrap this one up. Anyways. Perhaps eventually web components will even become viable for reactive templating use cases, like the open stylable shadow roots proposal, declarative elements, or DOM parts. All of these are some of the early beginnings of that direction, and declarative shadow DOM paving the way for SSR, among other things. Then, and only then, they may make sense as a compile target for frameworks. But as Rich established, it's not just the compile target, it's interoperability inside of a framework. Components are not even the best reuse mechanism for every project-specific use case. For list rendering, components are overkill compared to something like v-4, and by then, frameworks will be doing even more. It is by definition that frameworks are always a step ahead of the framework or of the web platform, not a failing of the web platform. As Corey said, frameworks are a testbed for new ideas that may or may not work out. They are also how the web is built, and I feel like Leah has a fundamental disagreement with the research and effort that Nicole put in, which really hurts to know. The bottom line is web components reduce the number of use cases where we need to reach for a framework, but complex, large applications will likely still benefit from one. So how about we conclude that frameworks are useful, web components are also useful, stop fighting, and go make awesome shit using whatever tool we find most productive. Once this article ends with, we are sorry that this has made authoring frameworks much harder and that the interop story has felt more like gaslighting and a lie, then I would be much happier with this article, but I feel like it fundamentally ignored the pain that these framework authors have gone through. It tried to acknowledge how they felt gaslit, but it missed almost everything else here. And that's sad. I can't talk about this stuff anymore. Peace, nerds. Whew. Cool. That one's done. Mr. Disagree, you've handled this really well. I appreciate you being in chat and defending things as well as you have. Fox and Ninetails, you as well. I've seen you guys in chat throughout. You've been good so far. That's fair. But she also shouldn't be gaslighting them by talking about all of the things she was saying around the interoperability being as good as it is. If you write me a really good article defending web components and my team sends it to me as something that we should do a video on, I'll do a follow-up video. And I will give you the advice that that article should be written around the Rich tweet about the tax. Wherever that one ended up. Lost track of it, but I'm sure you can find it. It's in the replies here, I think. Yeah, find that tweet. Use that as your reference point. And if you can write around that well enough, absolutely that'll become a video. You don't have to have any followers for me to use your articles for reference points for a video. I did not read Nolan's response yet. I've done too much. This video is too long already. I'll consider doing a follow-up. Can you guys link that one quick? Cool. It's on the list. If you guys can get me more resources before I eventually film that one, dope. We got 2 videos filmed. I'm supposed to leave now, but I'm not going to. I'm supposed to be at a thing at 5. I'm not going to be there till 6 at least. But we got to gun these other videos out now. It's time. I have not talked about the GitHub spam issue. This is very useful context. Thank you for sharing that. I don't think I'm going to film the GitHub spam thing today because my last video about it bombed. And I don't have much to say on it, sadly. Like, I thought about it more as I started going live. And I was like, yeah, I don't have too much here. This just makes me feel sick when I see this. That, like, this is happening on GitHub now. I might film this one still. We'll see how I'm doing in terms of time after I get these other 2 critical ones out. I am yoinking this for that, though. Did that embed fine? Cool, it did. Nice. Let's do Vite next. Nolan's article seems good. We'll read. Exciting. Thanks, Fox9, and I think Mr. Disagree also had to leave. Yeah, thank you everyone who stuck around for that. That was a really fun one. How are we doing on viewers right now? I can't see because Twitch is totally broken. Cool, 300. Good to have you all here. Let me thank all the subs quick, then we're going to get started again. Rotating phaser, 12 months. Kind of, oh yeah, the patents. I remember that one. MJC Dev, I don't know if I got you. Thank you for the 20 months. Hernan, let's go with something more chill like web components. 2 hours ago. That was a long one, wasn't it? Missed Test with the Prime, Strax, the 25 months. Appreciate that. Insanity later, 29 months. Jesus Christ, y'all been around for a while now. We got Remix B4 with the 3 months of Tier 1. Dog Paw Hat, gifting Ricky. Appreciate that a ton. We got Chemistry Star with the 1 month Tier 1. Hey Bales gifting Naman. I love that you guys gift all these legends in my chat. It's really cool to see. Visceral at the 12-month mark. T-Prox with the Prime. Krish with the Prime, 21 months. Ryan resubbing during that. I hope he's back to doing his vacation. I am not re-rolling that one. You got it on my to-do later. You get that much, but that's it. You know, I'm going to include Shoelace in my web components don't suck. It came up enough times. I'll put that in the list. Cool. This is interesting. I will put that in as well out of curiosity. Nope, that goes there. But we need to talk about Vite now. We're doing it. Yeah. How do I want to start this one? It seems like nowadays, if you're deep enough in open source, you can't really avoid the VC money coming in. It's been like that for a bit now. And I know this has resulted in a ton of skepticism around projects like Next.js, around projects like Laravel, and around all these other things being built largely with VC money. I have some either good or bad news. We'll talk about it as we get there, because there's a new thing that has been VC funded. And it's a thing that has often been held as the opposition to stuff like everything I just talked about. That thing is Vite. Yes, believe it or not, Evan You, the creator of Vue, has raised money not for Vue, but for the build tools he is creating around Vue and the rest of the web ecosystem. This is a huge change, and we have a ton to talk about here. But first, a quick word from our sponsors. Cool. Anyways, announcing Void Zero Dev, a company building the next generation unified toolchain for JavaScript. We are the creators and core contributors of Vite, Vitest, Rolldown, and OXC, and we will unite these projects under a coherent vision to power the next generation of web applications. We have raised $4.6 million in seed funding led by Excel. Read more in the blog post below. For what it's worth, Excel is the lead investor in the most recent round for Vercel. I believe they're also the lead for Laravel. I'm almost positive about that. Now they're the lead for Void Zero Dev. Interesting stuff. I might know of a few other places that they're the lead for too that y'all might be surprised to hear about in the near future. More coming soon. Just got confirmation they were the lead for Laravel. Thank you for confirming that. Before we go too far into that, I'm going to drop one of my hot takes because just yesterday, Primogen raised a totally fair concern here, which is that he's increasingly skeptical of open source that is directly tied with VC. I hear it, but I don't fully agree. I think all open source has things worth considering when we talk about how they are funded and what makes them exist over time. A hobby project could have the person just get bored and go work on other things. Like Vue, for example. Now that Evan You is working on something else that is well-funded, and what he's working on before with Vue isn't, I would expect his focus on Vue to go down. And if you're a big FANG company like Microsoft or Facebook or something, the team that's working on that open source project that you like might get laid off. So if you're consuming even something as big and important as React, the React team has to fight internally to convince Meta that they are worth funding and that they are worth giving the resources that they need to exist. And they got hit with layoffs, and they had to fight to keep the most important people and eventually get the ones that got laid off back because of how important they all were. But the harsh reality of being at these big companies is that the open source projects that we might be consuming from them, those are just financial risks to the business. And as soon as they decide to crack down, the cost of it being out in open source is probably greater than the value it brings them. At any point, that can go away. And while a VC-backed startup might crack down to make more money on their project, they might fail outright and go away. At the very least, there is a tie between its success in the open source world and, importantly, their financial success. And in all of these other cases, the financial success of the business and the long-term success of the open source project are not tied together. That's weird. And for the best hobby projects, those people have to make money somewhere else. Even donations is not enough as a motivator. The biggest open source projects don't have enough donations to sustain a real team. FANG-backed, as I elaborated on, does not have any guarantee of existing tomorrow. But with VC-backed companies, the risk of them failing might be higher, but the risk of them getting deleted while being successful is a lot lower. Successful projects vanishing is only possible with the top two. Successful projects changing their operations or becoming more expensive, that can be a thing. So personally, I don't see VC-backed as significantly worse than the other models. I see them as beneficial and also negative in different ways. Also, no shitty crypto startup is going to magically fix this, and I'm tired of people pretending it will. Yep, good point for mine. You probably don't have to worry too much about people who have done it for a decade under every model, and they just keep doing it. This is a phenomenal segue to go right in to what we're talking about today. So let's look at the Announcing Void Zero post. My face is going to cover things. I guess I'll bring in chat. Y'all get to hang out for a bit. Please be kind. Don't make me regret this. Announcing Void Zero, next generation toolchain for JavaScript. Oh, I have to do something. This could be really funny. I'm so curious. Wappleizer. Okay, it's VitePress. I was going to say it'd be really funny if this was using like a Next template or something. I knew it wouldn't, but I was hopeful it might. Cool. TLDR, I have founded Void Zero Incorporated, a company dedicated to building an open source, high performance, and unified developer toolchain for the JavaScript ecosystem. We have raised $4.6 million in seed funding, led by Excel. This feels a little familiar to me. Is the Rome blog still up? God damn it. Didn't Rome fundraise? Does anybody have the article of like them announcing their raise? Apparently it was 2018 where they got investment. Why can't I find this? I know that they raised money. Yeah, OSS Capital, I know they put money in. I thought it like that was a number that was public. Only found it on Hacker News. Okay, that was the announcement post, which should be this one. Nope. Fuck. Okay, apparently. Okay. It looks like Rome has tried to scrub the internet of this reality, and I don't know how they succeeded, but they raised $4.5 million. That's actually funny how close the numbers are. That is hilarious. Oh, somebody found the link. Thank you guys so much, chat. Together, we are announcing we've raised $4.5 million in seed funding, led by A Capital Ventures and OSS Capital. We've also welcomed some incredible partners, yada yada. But the promise here, Rome is an end-to-end development tool chain. Also, by the way, written in Rust. Unified development tool chain raised $4.6 million. End-to-end development tool chain raised $4.5 million. How hilarious is that? I didn't even realize how weirdly similar these were until now. Yeah. And for what it's worth, if you didn't already know, Rome failed hard. It has been forked into a project called Biome that one of the people who worked at Rome has been working really hard to maintain since, and it's getting somewhere now. The linter's in a really good state, and I know people moving off of Prettier and off of ESLint in favor of Biome now, which is cool to see. But that's just the linter. All the other parts just kind of got given up on. But I will say Evan's a lot further along. To be fair, Sebastian was the creator of Babel and Yarn. He was deep in the weeds. He knew better than most how to potentially do things right. He just lost motivation and gave up. Evan is at the peak of his motivation, so I'm curious to see, despite the really rough history these moves have had, I'm curious to see where this goes. And at least the money came in after it worked, not before. 15 years ago, when I started building apps with JavaScript, it was mostly a browser-based scripting language. Today, it's evolved into the most widely used language in the world, powering everything from the web and mobile games, Today, it's evolved to the most widely used language in the world, powering everything from web and mobile apps to game development and even the Internet of Things. Over the years, many excellent tools have emerged to address the increasing scale and complexity of JavaScript applications. However, the ecosystem has always been fragmented. Every application relies on a myriad of third-party dependencies, and configuring them to work together remains one of the most daunting tasks in the development cycle. One of my first big web dev tasks was moving a bunch of Twitch stuff to the newest version of Webpack. It's like, I think I did Webpack 2 to 4. Yeah, I've been to hell and back. And I think that's part of why I'm so tolerant of these things. I started in such a spicy area. As the author of one of the most widely used front-end frameworks, I've spent significant effort researching every layer of the JavaScript tooling stack, assembling hundreds of dependencies, and designing complex abstractions on top of them. The goal was always to give end users a cohesive out-of-the-box development experience. Those efforts eventually led to the creation of Vite in 2020. And of course, the classic XKCD. There are too many standards. Solution needs to be one to solve everyone's use case. Yep. Fast forward 4 years, Vite is now one of the most popular build tools for web dev, with over 15 million downloads a week and a vast ecosystem. In addition to being the go-to choice for single-page apps built with React and Vue, Vite's also powering meta frameworks like Remix, Nuxt, Astro, SvelteKit, SolidStart, Quick, Redwood, and more. It has clearly established itself as the shared infrastructure layer for the next generation of web frameworks. And yes, it has only been 4 years. I still remember when Evan first tweeted, "Hey, I think I got Vite working for React. Could someone who's a React dev try this out?" And I was one of the first people to try it, way, way back. The trust the community has placed in Vite made me reflect deeply on its future. While Vite has greatly improved the high-level developer experience internally, it still relies on various dependencies, with abstractions and workarounds to smooth over inconsistencies. Performance-wise, it remains bottlenecked by duplicated parsing and serialization costs across different tools, and can't fully leverage native tooling like ESBuild due to feature constraints and limited customizability. We started designing a new bundler, Rolldown, tailored for Vite's needs. If you're not familiar with Rolldown, it is a full rewrite of Rollup, which is Rich Harris's JavaScript bundler. That is what Vite uses for its production bundles. They're trying to rewrite it in Rust so they can use the same bundler for dev and prod. Because right now with Vite, you use ESBuild in dev and you use Rollup in prod, which sucks. And they're trying to move away from that with Rolldown. But as I ventured deeper into the layers beneath the bundler, I came to the realization that the challenges Vite is facing are a reflection of the JS ecosystem at large: fragmentation, incompatibilities, and inefficiency. To fundamentally change this, a unified toolchain is needed. Imagine a toolchain that is unified, using the same ASTs, resolvers, and module interop for all tasks, eliminating inconsistencies and reducing redundant parsing costs. High performance, it's written in a compiled to native language, designed from the ground up for speed, with maximum parallelization and low overhead JS plugin support. The performance budget unlocks more ambitious features that improve not only the developer experience, but end-to-end experience as well. The performance budget unlocks more ambitious features that improve not only developer experience, but the end user experience as well. Interesting. If you're not familiar with an AST, it's an asynchronous syntax tree, or it's async syntax tree, right? I forgot what the A stands for. or abstract syntax tree. Sorry, I don't know why I thought it was async. Sorry. If you're not familiar with AST, it's abstract syntax tree. It's a generic representation of what your code does. So it's a way to go through the code, abstract it, and like read each line and do things to it. It's how bundlers and tools like that work to turn the code you're writing into code that actually works in the browser. Because the code you're writing, especially with stuff like JSX, that's not code that just works in the browser. And the AST is how your code is parsed to then create that output. Sorry. It's also about the syntax specifically, not just the semantics. Good call out. Anyways, a tool chain, or again, with imagining this modern perfect tool chain, it also has to be composable, where each component of the tool chain is independently consumable, offering building blocks for advanced customization, and runtime agnostic, not tied to any specific JS runtime, delivering the same dev experience across all environments. And nowadays, there's a lot between Bun, Dino, all the Winter CG stuff, browsers, workers, Node. There's a lot of places to run your JavaScript now. Such a tool chain will not only enhance Vite, but also drive significant improvements throughout the whole JS ecosystem. This is an ambitious vision, and achieving it requires a full-time, dedicated team, something that wasn't possible under the independent sustainability model of my past projects. This is why Void Zero was founded. I'm excited to announce that we've raised $4.6 million in seed funding to pursue this vision. Our seed round was led by Excel, with participants from Amplify Partners, Preston Warner Ventures, who Tim Preston Warner was one of the original founders of GitHub, and is also the guy who made Redwood, which is one of the earliest full-stack React frameworks. BGC. I am offended that all my homies got in this list and he didn't hit me up. I would have absolutely thrown a check in. God damn it, Evan. Next time. The progress so far. Over the past year, we've built a team with deep expertise. Oh, good call out that TPW also put money into Rome. He really wants this. Over the past year, we've built a team with deep expertise in JS tooling, including the creators and core contributors to widely adopted open source projects like Vite, Vitest, OXC, and also former contributors to RSPack. Interesting. RSPack might have a real challenger now, which is crazy because it's so far along. We've been hard at work developing the foundational elements of our envisioned toolchain. In addition to ongoing improvements to Vite, we've also delivered the following. The fastest and most spec-compliant JS parser, the OXC parser, which is 3 times faster than SWC. The fastest node-compatible resolver, which is OXC resolver, 28 times faster than enhanced resolve. The fastest TypeScript and JSX transformer, which is 4 times faster than SWC. This is funny because Vue doesn't even use JSX, but they made the fastest solution to it. The fastest linter, OXLint, which is up to 100 times faster than ESLint. The most feature-complete test runner for web applications, Vitest. Ooh. Is AntFoo working for them? That's not the AntFoo I know. I want to know if AntFoo is working there. Not confirmed yet. To be determined. But yeah, Anthony Fu is a god. Oh, he said he's happy to be a part of the team at the top. Okay, cool. And Fu being part of the team makes me even more excited. He's insanely talented and has deserved the opportunity to work on this stuff full time for a while. Hype. The fastest bundler, Roll Down, which is built on top of OXC. It's faster than ESBuild and all other Rust bundlers. I want to see the benchmarks. He didn't say a number for that one, which has me sus. No charts. That means it's tighter. I know farm is insane. Okay, it's quite a bit faster, actually. I would have bragged about that. That it's a third-ish the, like, tank. It takes about a third as long as the RS build equivalent and even shorter than the farm equivalent. That's very interesting. Here, this one's a huge gap. 500 milliseconds versus 4 seconds. Okay, I'm curious what is making it alpha and what shortcuts they're taking right now, because the gap here is insane. Very exciting, though. No worries, GFrag. While it's still early days, our open source projects are already being used by some of the world's leading engineering teams, including those at OpenAI, like the ChatGPT web client team, Google, Apple, Microsoft, Visa, Shopify, Cloudflare, Atlassian, Reddit, Hugging Face Linear, and many more. To be fair, a lot of them are using Vite, is how they snuck in here. So like OpenAI just moved to Remix, and Remix is using Vite, so that's how they can claim that. But it is fair that Vite is being used by everyone right now. Our primary goal, like if I was at Twitch right now, I would be working hard to port the Twitch site to Vite if it hasn't already been ported by the team there. And it probably, honestly, decent chance it has. The only catch with Vite is it didn't handle shitloads of things as well, because it loads in dev everything as its own JS file, because it doesn't bundle them. It just compiles them to browser-friendly JS. And when you're loading like 5,000 modules in the browser, it starts to fall apart. So that might make a code base the size of Twitch hard, but I'd be curious. And yeah, that all said, like I would be using Vite as much as I could somewhere like Twitch, and it's not surprising all these companies are using it. So what's next? Our primary goal for the coming months is to stabilize rolldown and make the unified, our primary goal for the coming months is to stabilize rolldown and make it the unified bundler for Vite in both dev and prod. We've already made great progress and are aiming for an alpha release of rolldown powered by Vite later this year. In 2025, we will continue to complete the other planned features of OXC, like minification and formatting, and gradually migrate the entire Vite ecosystem to be powered by rolldown and OXC. We will work closely with the ecosystem partners and stakeholders to ensure a smooth transition for end users. What's really exciting about this part is right now, as fast as Vite is, it is not being used as a, like Vite's speed isn't felt when you're building your production site, because the speed is in dev mode when it uses ESBuild. But as soon as you're building for prod, you're back to using rollup, which is slow. And the dream of like 15-second or less build times for decent sized applications isn't real yet for any real project. And once this ships, we will go from almost no big framework heavy projects being able to compile fast in prod to most of them that aren't built on top of Webpack can. And TurboPack's going for a similar thing here, but they only got dev mode working recently, and production builds are a far off goal. If they're planning on having rolldown powering production builds by the end of the year, that's going to be a huge change. Everything with open source will remain open source. On top of our open source projects, we'll offer an end-to-end JS toolchain specifically designed to meet the scale and security requirements of enterprise environments. Interesting. So they're going to make a separate closed source tooling solution for enterprise companies to meet their security and scale requirements. Very interesting. I have no idea in the slightest what that's going to look like. Interesting callouts in the FAQ here. The Vite and Vitest's team-based governance remains the same as before. Both core teams include members employed by multiple different organizations like Void Zero, StackBlitz, Nux Labs, and Astro. Void Zero Inc. employs and sponsors multiple core contributors to both Vite and Vitest. Void Zero Inc. holds the copyrights, funds the development, and controls the direction of both OXC and Rolldown. Interesting. So Vite and Vitest are separate with their own separate board. But Void's ownership of Ox and Rolldown, I hate that this feels familiar to all the fucking WordPress I've been dealing with recently. Anyways, I don't think it's bad, to be clear. It's just reminiscent of something that was very bad. What about Vue? Void Zero as a business entity is entirely separate from Vue. Vue will continue as an independent project, but will receive first-class support for the new tooling stuff developed by Void Zero. Why Ox and not SWC? Many of our team members have made non-trivial contributions to SWC in the past. Beyond raw performance benefits, or I should clarify, if you don't know yet, SWC is the Rust-based bundler, or not really bundler, but transformer that turns your TypeScript into runnable JS code. that has become a core part of the Vercel stack. The guy who made it, I believe it's Shooting, if I'm almost positive it was Shooting. Shooting now works at Vercel and helps a lot with TurboPack and obviously still writes a lot of SWC code, and those projects are very tightly tied. Not surprised that they wanted to do their own thing. Apparently, beyond the raw performance differences, there are some fundamental design differences from SWC that make it a better foundation for the end-to-end toolchain that they're building. They'll share more technical insights on this topic in the future. Very exciting. Why roll down instead of the ES build roll-up stuff that they were doing before? We need a bundler that's extremely fast, well-suited for app bundling, and fully compatible with Veet's plugin ecosystem. Oh, was it Katie? It wasn't Shooting. It was Katie. Or Donnie. Yeah, my bad. I hate that I mixed them up. That was a huge flaw on my part. I'm going to retake it so that the bad take wasn't there. Yeah. Thank you, guys. SWC, if you're not familiar, by the way, is the speedy web compiler. It was created by Katie Dev, Donnie, who works at Vercel now, as a faster way to compile your TypeScript files into JS that runs in the browser. It is now one of the core parts of Turbo and like the Vercel ecosystem, and it's written in Rust. It's really fast. It's really good. But it's built deeply into TurboPack at this point, and I can see why they would want to do their own thing. In editor's note phase, make sure you cut me misattributing that to Shooting, because I don't want that credit being mistaken. That is 100% Donnie's work. Shu's building a lot of other really cool stuff. I think Shu did SWR, which is why I confused the two. Anyways. We need a bundler that's extremely fast, well-suited for application bundling, and fully compatible with Veet's plugin ecosystem. This is discussed in detail in the rolldown docs. Building rolldown on top of Aux also unlocks the ability to perform more AST-related tasks in parallel during the bundling phase. For example, emitting and bundling a DTS with isolated declarations true. Fair point. So to be clear for those who are confused, turning your TypeScript and React, like TSX code, all your imports and all of that, into JS that runs in the browser is one challenge. Bundling it into the right files based on the right routes is a separate challenge. You need to do both. So like, before you bundle your code, you need to be able to turn it into something the browser runs. And then the bundler grabs all of that new code and makes it the right formats and the right bundles for the browser. And if those two are built together in lockstep, you can share work that's done by one instead of having to repeat the work on each part. And why will this be different from previous attempts to create a unified JS toolchain? The biggest challenge of a unified toolchain is the 0 to 1 problem. It needs to gain critical mass for exponential adoption to justify continued development. But it is hard to cross the chasm before it actually fulfills the vision. Void Zero does not have this problem because Veet's already the fastest growing toolchain in the JS ecosystem. That's a very fair point, actually, in contrast to Rome, where no one was using it yet. Veet as the entry point for them to do this stuff actually makes a ton of sense. Apparently the website is beautiful. I want to see it. Okay. Yeah, they're doing the thing that, like, I don't know if Mux was the first, but they were the ones that I saw initially doing the more industrial site design. I know Vercel's done it too. Like, see these hard edges and all the blocks now? Everyone finally got tired of the linear site. Took long enough for us to all stop cloning linear and make something a little different. But this new, almost like industrial design, like, I think I've heard it called brutalist before. It's pretty. Did I close it when I did that? No, I didn't. It's here. Cool. Yeah. Beautiful. Next generation tooling for TypeScript. For frameworks, for all these other things. Cool. Projects. Veet, Vitest, Rolldown, Aux, the mission. We get it. They're counting the total GitHub starts across everything. This was straight from the blog post. Still beautiful. Oh, I'm sad I don't get to be on this list now. Evan, it's not too late. I'll throw a check in. Apparently the Veet site got an overhaul too. Ooh, yeah, it did. This is stunning. Okay. It's lagging a bunch on my computer. It's not just the video, but it's still stunning. Brought to you by Void Zero. Cool. Designed by our Moon. Apparently used to work at Nuxt. Design freelancer. Huge credit to our Moon, because that is stunning. Always let these designers know when they're killing it. They deserve it. Anyways. I got nothing else. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. One more down. I really need to leave. I hate that I've only filmed 3 videos and only 2 for the main channel. How long is this blog post? I might just have to go live this weekend. Let me check my calendar really quick so I know how fucked I am this week. Okay, I never show my calendar. I need y'all to understand how fucked I am right now. Anyways. Okay, I thought I had a thing on Sunday. Fuck me. We will plan for a Sunday stream. Did I put that on the wrong? I think I put something on the wrong weekend. One sec. Checking my texts. I did. Good thing I checked, because I have an event that I put as next Sunday. That's actually this Sunday. It's late enough that it won't matter, but good to have my shit correct. Would I ever do a What's in the Day of Theo video? No, because every day is so fucking different, and most of them aren't like the days that are interesting don't have room for me to film them. Yeah, fucked myself. Great. I'll do the VR Futures powered by React video because it's like gotta get that out ASAP one. But I think that's it for today. We'll do this one quick. Cool. For the intro for this one, showcase some of the cool things that were shown at the Meta VR event. So like the fancy glasses, some of the cool UIs and shit. Just have like B-roll of all the cool things they were showing off there. Meta just had a killer event showcasing all the cool stuff going on in the virtual reality worlds they're building. But we haven't talked about how those things were built. And I think it's actually pretty interesting. I've hinted before, there's a lot of cool tools and technologies. I've previously hinted at the fact that there's a lot of platforms running React that you don't know about. Even things like PlayStation and Xbox are using way more React and JavaScript code than you'd ever want to believe. Sadly, for many reasons, I can't talk too much about those. Believe me, I want to, especially on the PlayStation side. I wanted to for a long time. But unlike in the Sony world, I actually do get to talk about these. And what is that I'm talking? Retake. I'm going to retake the whole intro, actually. Okay. Meta just had an insane event showcasing all of the VR and AR technology that they've been working on for years now. And I'm a certified VR nerd. I know this isn't normally what we talk about on the channel, but we have a reason. You'd be surprised how much of the stuff that you just saw was powered by React. And the way they got there is actually really cool. Generally speaking, React powers a lot of things you probably don't know about. Everything from Xbox and PlayStation to random embedded UIs to full-on UIs in games themselves. When we get into these crazy 3D spaces, you'd assume that you'd throw out React for 3D tools. But that's not the case at all. And even though I can't talk about the PlayStation thing, and believe me, I really, really want to, I can't. But I can talk about this stuff because Meta just put out a blog post all about how React was actually the technology powering these things. I'm lucky enough to have been talking with the team about these things forever now, and getting to share it all with you guys is super, super exciting. Do you know what else I want to share with you guys, though? Quick word from today's sponsor. Let's dive in. I'm actually really hyped for this because there's also probably things in here I don't know about yet. Every time one of these things drops, there's a bunch I knew and a bunch I didn't. So let's dive in. React at Meta Connect 2024. At Meta, React and React Native are more than just tools. They are an integral part of our product development and innovation. With over 5,000 people at Meta building products and experiences with React every month, these technologies are fundamental to our engineering culture and our availability to quickly build and ship high-quality products. In this post, we dive into the development experience of the products teams who've leveraged React and React Native to deliver excellent projects showcased at Meta Connect 2024. I almost want to go on a quick tangent about React Native. I can't help myself. I'm going to. So, Excalibur, here we come. Most people, when they think of React, and you see a React component, you have something like function, component, return, div, hello, div. When you see this in React, I think it's fair to say that this looks like React is very closely tied to the browser. But there's an important detail most people don't think about every day. Div here, that doesn't come from the React package, nor does it come from the browser. There's a secret package that React works alongside, or there's a secret package that React works alongside that almost every React web code base uses. That package, React DOM. This is the package that is most of how we use React today. And when you're writing elements that are in the browser, and then React is taking your JSX code and your React code and rendering it to the browser, React DOM is the package that is actually taking your React components and attaching them to the browser and putting them in your web page. But since these are separate packages, you don't have to use React DOM. When you use React Native, this code looks a little different. So if I write this properly, it's not React, it's actually GNU plus, no, it's React plus React DOM. But React plus React Native is a bit different because React Native doesn't have divs because it's native. You don't have a div on mobile. You only have divs in the browser. So instead, you have views, or in this case, text, because there's text on it. So from React Native, you'd actually have to import things too, to be clear. So import text from React Native. This is both the thing that feels weird about React Native as a React dev, but it's also one of the biggest strengths of React and why it's able to do stuff like this. Because you can do the same thing with something like React 3 Fiber, where you can have React plus React 3 Fiber, which is, again, an alternative to React DOM, where I can import box from React 3 Fiber. And now I can have a 3D box element or a shader or all the other things you might do in a 3D environment, all being imported from React 3 Fiber. The difference is when you use React DOM, your bundler just allows you to access all the different things. But technically speaking, what you should do here, and what it's doing under the hood for you, is import div from React DOM. Hopefully this helps make it clear both what React Native is and why React is uniquely cool for these types of things, because every other framework doesn't separate this DOM piece, the actual elements you're rendering, from the core framework itself. And a lot of things like the attempts to have solid native or svelte native or Vue native, they end up either just embedding the browser, or they take advantage of the bindings that React already wrote with React Native and translate the calls those other frameworks are making to bind it into like the native platforms using these layers that were already made. Apparently, Angular and Solid have started moving in that direction, but the ties are much deeper overall. The other cool thing with this is that React Native isn't one implementation. The same way like React 3 Fiber, this box always resolves the same way. In React DOM, div always resolves the same way. React Native is a generic shim that you write bindings for all of these different places. So when you write a text component or a view component in React Native, it can do different things on mobile. It can do different things on iOS and Android. It can do different things on Windows. It can do different things in where we're going, VR. Apparently, I'm just entirely wrong about Solid. I'm good to know. Lessons learned. Had no idea. Thank you for the clarification. Anyways. This is not info I just give out for free. It's too niche and specific, and I've put years of work into making my setup this functional. Anyways. The reason I wanted to make those clarifications is because React Native allows you to use the mental model and the way you write components, the hooks and other packages you've already written. And now React Native, as long as you write the right bindings for it for another platform, the same way that you almost, like with the Java virtual machine, once you port the VM, all those apps work. Once you port React Native to a specific platform, a lot of those apps you've written in React Native just work. Some of the apps that got announced are Instagram and Facebook for MetaQuest. At Connect, Zuckerberg shared that we have rebuilt Instagram and Facebook for mixed reality on the MetaQuest. Our goal was to bring our flagship social experiences to the MetaQuest headset, letting people catch up with their friends and watch stories and reels, all while showcasing new possibilities enabled only through mixed reality. And these aren't the first apps they've built with React Native for the Quest, by the way. The whole store is built with React Native. I believe most of the menus are built with React Native. They heavily use React Native on Quest, which I think is really cool. Building Meta's social apps from scratch in mixed reality required our teams to thoughtfully leverage the platform's capabilities offered by MetaQuest while keeping a tremendously high bar for quality. The teams first had to decide how to build them, reusing the existing Android apps, writing a new native Android app, or use React Native to build from scratch. We wanted to offer a hero experience that looked and felt at home on MetaQuest, taking advantage of the additional input types, gestures, and large visual surface area. This is another important detail. People seem to think that the benefit of React Native is you can write the code once and it works everywhere. That can be the case, but realistically speaking, every platform is kind of different. And the benefit isn't just that the code can be written once and work everywhere. It's that the reusable parts that should exist in multiple places can, but you don't have to reform your mental model when you're building for these different platforms. And if you want to build a different app for iOS and Android, using React Native is still beneficial because you can reuse so much of the parts. And most importantly, you can reuse your brain, not have to retrain it between platforms. So while, yes, they had to make a new app for mixed reality, because mixed reality is very different from building an iPhone app, they could reuse a lot of the parts and logic, and most importantly, they didn't have to relearn how to build. They just had to learn the differences in what makes a good app for the platform, not how to make an app for the platform. And this kind of sucks when you're trying to build your first mobile app, because if you're a React dev and you go to build an app with Swift, you have to learn Swift before you can learn how to build a good mobile app. With React Native, you can just start building the app and learn what makes an app good instead. It's less things to learn, which is a really powerful benefit. Instead of simply porting our mobile social apps, we chose React Native as it enabled our teams to iterate and build quickly with robust animation capabilities, great performance, and a shared platform that powers most of the 2D MetaQuest system apps. Love they call this out directly because I don't have to hide that I know this now. Most of the MetaQuest system apps are built with React Native, which is awesome. On Instagram, React Native enabled our teams to build rich animations and novel interactions that embody the brand's deep focus on quality and delight. For this new app, we introduced seamless transitions of video posts from feed to a full screen view side by side with comments without dropping a single frame. We enabled the ability to swipe through stacks of photos with the controller joystick or pinching your hands. We also introduced a unique hover animation over interactive elements that smoothly follows your controller movements. Hover animations and focus is one of the hardest things when building something like React Native because you don't have all the browser primitives for these things. And it's actually funny when like animations are so hard on web and they're so easy in React Native because so much effort was put in and the browser isn't holding you back the same way. People are already saying in chat, animations are so easy in React Native and so hard on web. Absolutely agree. When building Facebook for MetaQuest, our teams took advantage of the mature code and infrastructure that supports our Facebook.com desktop experience. We leverage code sharing technologies to reuse some of the most complex and robust features from the Facebook site, like newsfeed and commenting. How cool is it they could reuse the code from the website for the newsfeed and for comments, but just build new components for them effectively? That's awesome. And that's what's so powerful with React Native. It's not that the thing you return in the components is the same, it's everything else can be the same. Some of these code sharing technologies include our meta open source projects like StyleX and React Strict DOM. Huge shout out to StyleX, by the way. Naman just carried us through a web component video. Dude knows his shit. And React Strict DOM I've talked about a little bit. Also, cool thing when talking about what we just did with the React DOM. React Strict DOM is an interesting package. Let me look at the original proposal here. The goal of React Strict DOM is to have a subset of DOM elements that bind directly to specific native elements so that you can have one API that compiles natively to React DOM as well as to whatever React Native bindings you want to do. So it would be one layer that works everywhere. It's a really cool idea. Really, really early, but it's a dope idea, and it's cool they're already consuming it for this. By sharing code, our teams could spend less time on repetitive business logic and focus more on adding MetaQuest-specific interactions and experiences. This is a piece I think people miss so much with React Native. They assume that React Native means everything is going to be worse quality. I find it's often the opposite. By reducing how much effort has to be spent building the application, and on top of that, allowing for the few people who know the platform really well to build reusable primitives for the things that make the platform special, the time you save and the reusability you gain from a tool like React Native often results in the app being better. I'm not saying that the best possible app is in React Native, not native. Obviously, when we're talking about a perfect application, it is optimized at such a crazy level that is using the platform to its 100% capabilities. But realistically, no app is perfect. And if you take two teams of the same size with the same time frame, React Native allows for the specialized people in that group to build the best native stuff and expose it to everyone else much more efficiently. And on the with the right team size and composition, React Native allows you to build a much better experience simply because of those benefits. So I don't agree with this belief that for an app to be good, it has to be native. Meta's bet their whole platform on React Native here, and it seems to be going very well for them. I will say personally, somebody who uses both a Quest 3 and the Vision Pro, the Vision Pro is a lot quirkier. The Quest 3 is at least consistent with the weird ways it behaves. The Vision Pro, I had a bug a few days ago where I couldn't open up the app picker. I would do the new gesture for it, and it just wouldn't open. I had to reboot the headset to get access to the home app view. It's insane. And those types of bugs can happen in any code base. But when you have to be so close to the native platform, those things get harder to debug. And when you fix them, it's still broken in 15 places. When you have these abstractions, getting them right is a lot more consistent. Anyways, Meta Horizon mobile app. This year, we also rolled out the new Meta Horizon app, a new look and a new name. We expanded the app to make it easier to socialize and express yourself both in and out of the headset. We had a dedicated tab to easily customize your avatar and express your mood right from your phone. Cool. No offense, I don't care about the avatars in the mobile app. To continue to improve app performance, our teams typically look at the Facebook Marketplace as a React Native performance benchmark. I do love this. I talked about this at ReactConf. They've been using the React Native Facebook and specifically like Quest apps to test the compiler and other things they're doing. Oh, if I recall, they're using static Hermes for some of this now too, which is really cool. They're compiling this to C code. Well, actually assembly code directly. However, the Meta Horizon app's a standalone app with React Native and the initialization path of the app's cold start, compared to the Facebook app, which initializes React Native when you visit your first React Native surface and not an app start. Performance results our team delivered with React Native exceeded our original expectations and are on par with Meta's mobile social apps. That's nuts. Apparently, in Facebook, since React Native isn't always running, it only runs when you go to a part of the app that's React Native. This is really cool that React Native is performing better than they thought, because when you start it up immediately, everything flies. People in chat are linking to Makov, who, yes, just making sure. Makov confirmed that a lot of the stuff built for React Native for Quest is absolutely using static Hermes. Well, not absolutely. Apparently, because of the S and ends with Hermes. So theoretically, some wiggle room. No, he confirmed it here. That's really cool stuff. If you're not familiar with static Hermes, definitely watch my video on that. It's a crazy project, but the goal is to allow you to compile your JS code to the native instructions that most minimally represent the thing it's supposed to do, to let you get code as fast as C in JavaScript. It's insane. Also probably part of why these apps are performing so well. The Horizon team worked closely with our React team to profile our application and find opportunities for improvements using the Android systrace, React DevTools, and the new React Native DevTools. Really cool React Native DevTools are being used here. Huge ship. The React Native debugging experience in React Native was bad enough that it alone was like if people picked Flutter over React Native because of the debugging experience, I could sympathize some amount. But React Native is catching up here for sure. But also, if you're curious why Android, the Quest runs Android still. It's a fork. It's a heavy fork at this point, but the Quest OS is a fork of Android. You can also still run APKs, which is fun too. The most impactful improvement that our teams made was initiating network queries earlier. And this is why the whole server components thing is being pushed so hard. It has consistently been found again and again that the technology you built the app with does not affect performance as much as when your network requests happen. And if you can make all of the network requests correctly as early as possible, it makes life significantly better. It makes your performance way, way, way better. Instead of initiating network requests when a component on the product surface was rendered, our teams moved the network fetch to start when the navigation button from the previous surface was clicked. And again, this is why they're doing server components, because they want to brute force us to trigger all of our requests as soon as the page or the view is loaded, not when a component specifically is rendered. This is the whole render as you fetch versus fetch on render thing I did a video on. The Meta Horizon Store. We also announced that the Horizon Store is open for all devs to publish apps, including 2D apps. To support the change, we made major changes to the Horizon Store, changes to our navigation to support a significant larger set of categories, better ranking categorization of apps, and a new early access section. Cool. More about what they're doing with it here, but the cool part for React Native stuff is that the team has benefited tremendously from being able to use React and React Native, even though these are primarily separate implementations today. These technologies have enabled the team to roll out new features and experiments much faster with a smaller team. Huge. And when you're doing something as experimental as their efforts in VR, bigger teams are going to slow you down so much. So giving the smaller teams more flexibility lets you build the right thing much faster. Just like the new Instagram and Facebook apps and everything else using React at Meta, our teams use the bleeding edge of React infra, like the React compiler and the new React Native architecture. Huge. They're not making the compiler and then not using it. Everything using React at Facebook and at Meta is trying to use the React compiler, which is huge. The React team partnered with multiple teams over the last few years to build our infrastructure and capabilities. The React team partnered with multiple teams over the last few years to build out infra and capabilities to enable cross-platform code sharing, which the Meta Horizon Store team has started to take advantage of. For example, the Meta Horizon Store's navigation and routing infra was originally quite different between platforms. The team is now reusing Meta's internal router for React apps that was originally built for Facebook.com, which now also works with React Native. That's cool. They have a custom router package that works on all their platforms now. Actually, really interesting. They also converted the Meta Horizon Store on the web from using pure CSS to StyleX, which in combination with the strict DOM has enabled them to reuse the Spotlight section of the Meta Horizon Store across web and mixed reality. That's really cool. They have an actual set of components for the Horizon Spotlight section that is the exact same across platforms. So they're testing the different types of reusability here too. They're dogfooding everything. That is dope. So they enable us to more quickly support internationalized text rendering and light and dark modes for banners and accelerated future enhancements for our merchandising teams. The spatial editor. I want to see this. Ooh, this is actually really cool. We announced the Meta Spatial SDK and the Spatial Editor to enable mobile devs to create immersive experiences for Meta Horizon OS using familiar Android languages, libraries, and tools, along with unique MetaQuest capabilities like physics, MR, and 3D. Creating great 3D experiences always requires being able to visualize and edit your scenes directly. The Meta Spatial Editor is a new desktop app that lets you import, organize, and transform your assets into visual compositions and export them using the GLTF, or I think it's GLTF standard, yeah. You can use the GLTF standard into the Meta Spatial SDK. Apparently, that app was built with React Native for desktop. That's really cool. React Native for desktop is React Native for Windows and Mac, largely being built by Microsoft, believe it or not, because they finally accepted that the Windows SDK was garbage enough. They needed something better. And React Native is now used inside of Windows directly. If you're using Windows 11, there are things in it that are React Native, including the start menu, which is nuts. One of the key factors, pretty cool they did that with React Native for desktop. One of the key factors in the team's decision to use React Native for desktop instead of other web-based desktop solutions is that React Native enables the team to use native integrations when needed. The main 3D scene in the app is powered by a custom 3D rendering engine, requiring a custom React Native component integration. The React Native panels on the scene let users modify all sorts of properties, which then communicate with the 3D renderer via C++, enabling us to update the UI at 60 FPS. That's really, really cool. The Spatial Editor team has many engineers who primarily had a C++ background and were used to building with Qt. These team members were initially skeptical of JS, but ended up loving the developer experience provided by React Native, such as fast refresh. You forget how nice it is having hot reloading and fast refreshing until you go back to things that don't, and it's miserable to save your code, go to the thing, realize it's not running, recompile and run, and then see the changes. Fast refresh doesn't even break your state. So if you change the way a thing looks and you've clicked the button 4 times, it still has the count. It's so good. Web devs take for granted that code changes can be seen on file save, but it's still extremely uncommon for native engineers. Yep, pre-read. Developer experience enabled our teams to build much more quickly with React Native. This is how Meta builds React. Over a decade ago, Meta introduced React to the industry through open source. Our React team at Meta is so proud of these experiences that were announced at Meta Connect 2024. These products showcase the power, expressivity, and flexibility of what's possible with React. Delightful interactions, deeply complex integrations, and incredibly responsive interfaces. And of course, they all render natively to their respective platforms to match user expectations. Over the past decade, the React team has partnered deeply with both teams at Meta as well as members of the open source community to enable these types of product and developer experiences. Engineers at Meta use React on every platform where we ship user interfaces, web, mobile, desktop, and new platforms like MR. Each time the React team has added support for a new platform, the team is invested in deeply understanding the idioms and expectations for user experiences on that platform, then adapting and optimizing React accordingly. We've consistently found that improving React for one platform benefits others as well, an approach that the React team describes in their many platform vision. The pattern has continued as the teams expanded support for the constraints and opportunities of mixed reality devices. Before I go to the next part, quick call out for this. They brought this up in the quick cool example of this. They brought up at ReactConf. React team didn't think much about memory usage before building for MetaQuest, because at the time there were really strict memory restrictions around how much memory a given application or view could use in a 2D app on Quest. So they had to make React run with way less memory than it used to expect, especially for React Native, and they did it, and it made React better everywhere. Just one example I can think of, but there's, I'm sure, plenty more. The pattern continued as the teams expanded support to the constraints and opportunities of MR devices. Our team has improved startup and application responsiveness, improved efficiency to reduce battery drain, and taken major steps to enable code sharing across web and native platforms, with platform-specific customizations. These wins have consistently benefited our apps on other platforms, with user experience improvements in products like Facebook.com and specifically the Facebook Marketplace, which is almost entirely built with React Native. Our engineers invest in these improvements, knowing that they will benefit not only products created by Meta, but all React products in this world. Our engineers invest in these products. God, I can't talk at all today. Our engineers invest in these improvements in knowing that they will benefit not only products created by Meta, but all React products in the world. Meta continues to share these improvements with the open source community whenever we have built our confidence that they are stable enough for broader adoption. We previously shared some of these improvements with the open source community, like the React compiler, React 19, React Native's new architecture, StyleX, Strict DOM, and other performance improvements that are coming to Hermes. These innovations and more are currently under development. Our teams look forward to sharing them with the open source community in the future. That was even cooler than I expected. I am hyped. Let me know what you guys think, and until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. That's cool. I don't think I can fit that in. I've had my fun. Good to see you, Ahmed. I am really fucking late, so I have to run like an hour ago. So we're wrapping up. Thank you, Ahmed, for the sub. Let's figure out who we're rating quick. I'll probably be live on Sunday because I didn't get enough filmed today. Here's anybody I owe a raid to. Gappy could be fun. Oh, Apply's playing Deadlock. Oh, Coppinger just came back to streaming. That works for me. Have fun. See you guys on Sunday. Goodbye, nerds. Peace to YouTube as well.